What is up, you guys, and welcome back. Happy Friday. We have made it again. Please go ahead and throw those A's in the chat right now so that you can let me know if I am live, if I am here, if I am present. What is going on, family? Hello, 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 hello. Let me go ahead and switch on the tunes. Oh, yeah. What's up, Daniel? How's it going? Gal, Indra, Didier, Cha-Cha, M9. What is good? Origin, Mike J, Batter. What's up, you guys? Agent Orange, man. Mark Roach. What's up, buddy? What's up? You're on the line. Good to see you here. Hello, hello. Ah, man. These nuts. Hello. El profesor. Llegó tarde. Oh, my goodness. What is up, Rosie Gray Glasses? Morty Bojangles. Always good to see you here. Very interesting, the moment that, like, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to be able to have... What's up, John? I was thinking to myself, I'm going to be able to have some time here to, you know, make this play, or help this play out and kind of see and judge it for what it's doing, right? And then it, like, plays out entirely too fast, right? All right, so HUBC, stick to the plan, my brother. Stick to the plan, right? Definitely got that entry, 65.57, right? It went a little bit lower, of course, but part of the plan, 65.57 entry. You're looking at above 74 cents right now. Keep that play in mind. Make sure to not deviate away from your plan and be consistent, right? And everything shall be cool and cool and cool. And it's already playing really well. It's already going to the targets that we spoke of anyway, right? So, yeah, dude, careful with this because you already went past these, times, and the closure is coming up. 2 hours, let's see, yeah, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. You want to make sure to close that above 67.42. You should be good to go. All right, so, yeah, let's man, even Seiko faking everybody out, man, making an upside move, but it seems like it stopped. It was at 170, I think, just now. FNGR pushing into $7 right now, 704 as we move, and, wow, damn, 705, wow, look at that, team. So this is what I was talking about yesterday, right? I was talking about potentially pushing the price action in the money for the 7 strikes, and this is particularly a difficult thing to do, right? Because it's a psychological target, beating that $7 target. And actually, you know what? I didn't even get to see the bottom side. We talked about this asset dropping down as low as 640, but we focused at around well, let me see. I'm gonna bring up the play over here. We're gonna know everything right now. We're gonna know the details, right? Because at least it is playing fair. It's playing right like we said, actually. Damn. And then let's see. Yeah, team, the psychology within this asset is certainly something. Here's going to be the next thing to combat. Okay, this is definitely want to let you know this immediately. Oh my goodness. You see this thing just go from 685 to 7? Wow. The volatility is freaking real on this. This is massive. This is massive volatility, guys. I would I don't I don't even know what to tell you. Like, to trade it, there's no way to trade this right now. Like, it's so if you're in, you're in. You know what I mean? But at this point, this is so damn volatile. I can tell you this: what can introduce like a 725 to 730. What can introduce that is a closure above $7. I mean, directly $7 is the mid band here. And what's interesting is that this hourly closure actually, I mean, if the price action is beneath this bottom half of the linear reg, right below this half here, closing above 673 would be the bullish thing, right? But it's like fluctuating between the center, between the top side of this quarter here, right? So this is the upper half and the lower half down here. It's bouncing in and out of that, and it's creating a little bit of confusion here. So it's hard to kind of track especially with this kind of volatility. Right. Oh, right. So, yeah. So we said that everything was kind of rhyming around that 650 target, and I believe that I ended up saying as low as 640. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so I think it was as low as 640, but I think the focus was around 646 or 647, I think. Right? So yeah, not bad. It came down to 649. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 644, right? 644 to 653. Yeah, price action came down in that zone. It actually did not fulfill the 4-minute head and shoulders all the way to where we wanted to, but still it came into the area, right? It came into the I mean, first of all, we did say 650 on everything, right? But yeah, it did hit that 649, and then it continued onwards like crazy. Currently sitting at 690, and I did see it pop. I did see it pop to 696 just now again. This is, yeah, there's going to be a lot of take profit and a lot of selling right around that $7 target, team. So be very careful with this. And let me just touch on HUBC here because it is playing. It's playing perfectly. Okay, so yeah, this is looking good. Man, geez, at these levels, man, I would really prefer this to. At these levels, I would really prefer this to close above the 78.13, but that's really tough. But I definitely see, guys, HUBC, there's something going on with this setup here, and I think that this could be set to go for a few days. If it doesn't immediately sell off here, I think that HUBC could probably go, right? And I don't know why. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know who's talking about what. I don't know anything, but what I can tell you is that the upside pivots and volatility expansion are through the roof. I think into the 3 hour, maybe. Where's the 4 hour time? Okay, yeah, we have the 4 hour time frame upside pivot on stochastics, expanding volatility. 6 hour upside expanding, 8 hour upside expanding, 12 hour upside and expanding. We have the daily upside and expanding. Slight contraction phase though. Bi-hourly definitely entering the bullish control zone and expanding. 3-day time frame is massively expanding. 5-day, I mean, this is, I haven't seen this many upside signals in a long time, and HUBC has them. And one of my topside targets today was already sort of fulfilled. 82.50 to 86.01. Right, so this, and I think that this is, I think that this can reach probably 95 cents to $1 today. No, I entry on, it's very difficult to call that on HUBC because this is already at the take profit for the play. So in order for us to gain entry here, this is going to be really tough, especially with this volatility. Let's see the bi-hourly linear regression. I think if this is very conditional, and the linear regression is moving and fluctuating here, it's hard for me to read it. So 78.56, a closure above that, 78.50, a closure above 78.50 on a bi-hourly time frame. That's going to be 3 minutes and 33 seconds. If it closes, very, very, very strict criteria. If it closes above 78.50, this candle in 3 minutes, there may be the potential of an entry there. But if it does not, this can introduce a downside back to 68, and then that 68 to 66.71 may be the entry. Okay, you already took the profit. That's good, dude. That's good. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be. We definitely don't want to enter at someone else's take profit, right? So that's going to be tough. We're lingering around one of those targets already, right? So it's getting super dangerous. It's bouncing in and out of that. So that's, oh man, it's adjusting here. So 70, yeah, it's because it's moving so violently here. 78.67, 78.56. man, 78.50, 45. That it's kind of fluctuating within that. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to be able to make that close. 400,000 volume on FNGR. You were just following the tape. That's awesome, Zeph. Yeah, no. Dude, of course. Like a hell no. Definitely don't hold. Bro, we can just go in and out of this play and then validate it upon confirmations. So, for example, here, just in 2 minutes, if it doesn't close above 78.45 or 78.50, this is likely going to come back down to the original loading zone. Well, actually, the original one was 65.57. It may have that shot to come back down again, right? It's at 1 minute and 40 seconds. Careful with this, team. Be very, very, very careful. This is, we're talking about a 75-cent asset here. This thing can get mangled and ragdolled around like crazy. So it did. Oh, wow. This thing actually reached just about 85 cents, and the topside target was 86.01. 82.50 to 86.01 here for the preliminary play. But this thing is, honestly, this is set to go further, right? And while I can't confirm that or validate that, the formation itself, this is a right-angled broadening descending wedge or descending broadening wedge, and this target, taken from the point of breakout here, which it was assumed to be correct, that's suggesting $2.50. I don't doubt it, but because of this very obvious move here, October 9th, this thing just ripped crazy. So it does have that power, so I wouldn't doubt this thing reaching it. I just don't know when and if it'll reach it, but I think that this has probably a good shot at reaching $1. Maybe even today. So 29 seconds left. Obviously, well, actually, I can't say that because it's so volatile, but it's already showing that it won't close above that 78.50. And this may start introducing the 66 bottom. 66.20, I would say 66.35, right around there. The importance of not FOMOing into things, right? Confirmations and validations of supports and breaks are key to a successful day trade, right? So this is the buy hourly candle, very clearly not closing above that. There may be pressure to the downside here, depending on the sentiment overall, right? So if you are going to wait for that downside, yeah, I would probably wait to 66.34. There is going to be a space on this though, okay? So 68.33 to 66.41, I wouldn't, yeah, I mean, first of all, not financial advice, right? But yeah, I would be very strict over where you decide to show exposure here. Let me see the hourly time frame. Okay. Hourly time frame did close outside of the linear regression. The bottom side is around 69.20. And of course, the range that we spoke of is 66.48 to 68.40. So the aggressive trader, here you go. The aggressive trader will gain entry upon reaching this target no matter what on this hourly candle. The conservative trader will wait the hour to close above 69.31 in order to gain any type of entry for a confirmation to the upside. Having 3 long wicks like this is not the best look, but that can be corrected. And this could be the downside from these 3 long wicks, right? So here's that downside we were expecting. Careful, right? We're talking about very, very conditional entries here. Aggressive trader versus conservative trader. You choose who you are, but remember, risk management first. This is very risky. All right, 69.34. That was pretty much reached at that 69. We said 69.28. Support here, but yeah, no, there still could be that quick little drop down there. But yeah, be very careful with this team. Let's see. Welby, damn, Finger has big wick energy today. Oh my goodness. So okay. How high did it go? Did it meet the 696 top that we wanted? I mean, it went beyond that, right? Oh yeah, it went to 708. Wow. And the second candle resisted from the top side of our range. That's a high of 695. I hate it when the play. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. I hate when the play just, it was a lot of, analyses, right? A big ass thread for me to be able to express to you what the bottom and the top side could be for today. So when it reaches that in the first hour of the day, you're like, what's next? So very good deal. I like that FNGR is doing this, right? Bunch of trickery like crazy. But obvious buy side conviction, and yeah, there's going to be all kinds of games, right? All kinds of games are going to be showing. I'm sorry, all kinds of games are going to be played here in order to suppress this, to make sure that it does not, close the 7 strikes in the money. Here it is, part of that game, right? And we were talking about just now, 673 drop. It's at 672. That was the mid band here. Hedge fund killers, is that really at 21? That makes me feel like the markets are going nuts to the downside. Are they? They certainly are. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're experiencing serious bleeding here. That next drop, that next drop. Oh, thanks, Zephram. Dude, thank you, bro. I really thought it was 21. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They were asking if it was going to 21. Sorry. I did, oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that question, actually, from hedge fund. Yeah, that very, and also a few other tickers are going to experience some serious pressure to the downside while the broader markets bleed out like this. Let's take a look. Yeah, oh man, wow. It already reached 57.40. When was this? This was today. Damn, that is okay. This is that 5-minute dead cat bounce. This downside is not over. Let's go ahead and just give that target right now. Let's see what that can be. This is gonna be the time to. This is gonna be that time to hedge, team. Let's see if we can get a couple plays out of the way today so that we can hedge against these long-term positions. So according to psychology, for a dead cat bounce, this would essentially reach 51.66. And this I see. Oh man. Let me see this on a 30-minute. It definitely grabbed the apex of this falling wedge, and the falling wedge was a bullish formation, and it definitely did not succeed that. Let's see. All right, we're gonna have to measure the targets here. Top side of the triangle, all the way to the bottom side of the support. Take a trend line, right, and that will be your one of your targets, right? So this thing, if it broke out right here, let me just put it to the side a little bit. That's suggesting our support that we've already had here for some reason at 46.29 to 48.48. Let's go to the center of the triangle. Yeah. Here we go. Center of the triangle right over here. Let's get this psychological price objective from the center. Okay, this just got realized. That was at 59.15. Let me see price. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that definitely got realized. And the obvious smaller target, yeah, that's just not gonna, we don't worry about this one right now. It's that obviously got fulfilled and it bounced right off of that to validate the resistance. What I mean is that the distance from breakout, this distance right here, could have been down to here, right? Bounced, resistance grabbed, and then validation of resistance before a fall. So we bounced up and validated this resistance too with this candle here. So we bounced the dead cat, right? And then it came back up to validate that resistance there. Came back down, bounced, and then created the downside here. So that's why I'm saying that there could be a continuation to the downside on this to about 51.63. I would be very, 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 very careful trying to trade this to the downside. Okay, there's at any moment we can shift, and some critical supports are being, wow, look at the SPY. Damn, that is 100% falling off a cliff. And actually, this was something that Samantha H, hey Sam, she asked me last night on a DM. She said, where do you see the SPY going? I said, the S&P 500 is showing a lot of weakness in the futures market. This can gap down into the morning and continue to the downside while the entire trend it is favoring a downside. We have to be very careful because there are key supports that we're going to be touching to where some bounces can lead to some potential stop losses, right? So we have to be very, very careful. Hey, Sam. UBC coming back down to that 66, right? Yeah, man. Yeah. That was literally right where we were talking about, right? Getting that bounce nicely from that 66.43. It actually reached a low of 66.34. A little bit of dyslexia there, right? But it feels, I mean, I know that I can hold it, but it feels like it's on thin ice too. Like this thing is getting slammed by hammers, right? So if that can really hold, then very impressive. But this is why I'm saying the aggressive trader will enter here. The conservative one will wait for the closure. So be very careful while trading these assets, team. This is no joke. Lots of danger and lots of volatility here. Finger borrow fee 205% per Morty Bojangles. That is massive. Just a sec, team. There we go. Wow. There you go. It felt like it was a little too thin, right? That can introduce, I mean, it technically could introduce a 63.75. Oh, is it really holding that 65.57 again? Damn, this is, oh man, I mean, making you sweat, bro. Like, I'm over here trying to make sure that you don't absolutely fall off a cliff, right? Man. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. So yeah, I mean, it's holding it. It's definitely holding it. I just gotta be, I gotta be honest with you, man. This is really nerve wracking, dude. This is not the ticker to mess around with. Right. So, just keep it cool. Be very careful with this. Be very sharp. Okay. Do not drop your visibility. Keep your eyes on the price. Make sure to keep that trigger loaded. All right, so let's go to FNGR and see what else is going down here. FNGR back to 668. I imagine decompressing from that massive upside. If this does decide to come down, we have the mean. The reversion here would essentially be 655. Yeah, this was quite the thesis to play out so damn fast. I did not really bank on this happening that fast. So, John, how you doing? Arca, I had Webull stopped selling FNGR yesterday. Will you elaborate on that and the 205 present borrow rate? Is that per what? So yeah, I'm wondering also, where are you getting the borrow fee for 100 for 205%? Is that Ortex or is that Fintel? Are you using a paid service to get that information? Please let me know if you can validate that. Hold on just a sec, team. Uh, ta- 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 ta. Sorry, guys. I'm running like 3 different things all at once. You got it from Chart Exchange. Oh, okay, got it. You know that information to be pretty credible through them. I assume that they're probably, they're extracting the information from FINRA in some way or shape or form, right? It was actually through Morty Bojangles' post where he said a finger borrow fee is at 205%. So that was actually let's see, it was slightly above you. Where were you actually? Usually, John. Usually, the community provides the. They know that I'm not the biggest fundamental guy, so they feed me fundamentals so that I can see what it's doing against my systems-based trade. So I trade based on stats, trade based on numbers, right? So and oftentimes it's hard to believe that I can trade like that and not look at fundamentals. So I will often call out. Let's see, Joel, finger motion. Let's see, shares on interactive brokers are 174 spot 50% annualized. The cost to borrow or borrow fee is an annualized percentage. An account is charged when borrowing shares of a stock. And so interactive brokers is showing, so it's wow, so it's showing like a 30-point difference. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we're going to be getting did you notice how Samantha H posted just a little bit earlier that the close that she got on, I believe, TD Ameritrade, was that TD, Sam? That you had closing at or I'm sorry, you had the top side being $7, and this showing on the TradingView algorithm that we ended up reaching 708. Definite inconsistencies. If you're fast enough, you'd be able to catch arbitrage plays like this. I mean, yeah, it has to be lightning fast with a direct access order routing platform and the whole deal. Now, also, John, you mentioned that Webull stopped selling FNGR yesterday. Stopped selling it. I don't know. I did not hear. Actually, team, let's go ahead and find out, everybody here together. Did you guys hear about that? That Webull stopped? Agent Orange saying my Thinkorswim says high of 708. Thank you for sharing that. And Samantha said that, she did not catch the 708 on TD Ameritrade. I sold my FNGR position on Webull. Zephram, me too. Northwest, you heard that as well, that they stopped? I guess it must have been at a specific time. It must have been at a specific time because I definitely got rid of the position at, I would say about 9 a.m. Pacific time-ish. Right, so Didier was saying that London halted trading yesterday for all stocks. So, right, they did say that. That was the issue that happened also last year. So Double X is saying that Webull is letting you buy. You just tried. So the issue here was like yesterday. It was actually an issue from yesterday where they apparently held you back from selling. But I do remember that issue. We spoke about it in the earlier part of the stream. Somebody did bring it up. And London halted trading, right? There was a massive issue. And it's funny because I think it happened last year in the same month too. And so Zephram is giving me information right now that Weeble's cost to borrow for Finger is actually 175% right now. Ian Tucker, good morning to you. Okay, yeah, Sebastian, you're looking okay, man. It's low. The volatility slowing down a little bit right now. I assume you caught your entry at 66.40, right? So this thing is already at 68.59 and pushing up. Man, you are a monster, bro. Currently, you should be sitting around 2 or 3% up. 3.08 and fluctuating. My goodness, that is super scary. Thanks, Joel. I'm noticing that right now, and it's showing so much volatility. Definitely dangerous times to trade if you are more of a beginner trader. Be very careful with these plays, team. Let's take a look at the SPY again, because that guy is, oh, look at this. It's penetrating our support. It is now introducing a strong probability of reaching back down to 422.89, and this is partly due from what our president was. You know what I mean? So it's definitely the inverse of M with AR, right? So I don't want to get in trouble or demonetized by any reason for saying those words, right? That's so stupid. Oh my goodness. But yeah, right. So Mar with an inverted M. That from yesterday is that is creating. Dude, I don't know how to say it otherwise. What can I say? The quarrel? It's not a freaking quarrel, you know. It's got to be the most epic bickering we've ever done in our lives, right? So this. So yeah, it's partly done for that, right? Jennifer saying I just bought more FNGR at 662. I would honestly say that could be some of the, I would say 642 to around 673. That general area, you know, there's going to be a lot of buying within that, and to see if this thing can push again beyond the 690 zone or into the $7. We already got that once today. The whole play played out. I didn't bank for it to play out in the first like 15 to 30 minutes. But yeah, I think the pressure continues to the downside here, and we do have the linear regressions 50% band, and this is particularly the bearish control zone, right? So we're in the bearish control, and this would introduce a potential bounce right here at about 422.84. I would say that the volatility kind of came down a bit, but that usually is the case in the first hour of trading. You don't have to look too hard to see the yeah, right? Seriously, to see the manipulation on this. It's just it's gonna be rammed. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure that it's manipulated, but the thing is that if you come right over here and let me see, where the hell is my? Oh, I hate it. Hold on just a sec. Let me go to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Let me do ES1. And this is why. This is why I'm telling you that it's not manipulated. The futures contracts are selling off. So this, I don't know of a way to manipulate the futures market. The futures market is too big, it's too powerful, and also we can't, and if anyone is, like, he's a dumbass. We need the futures to be clear of any type of dark pool, any type of anything like that. So it's really not seen here at all, and that's the purity behind trading futures market is that fact that you won't be exposed to spoofing, to wash sales. You won't be exposed to dark pool trading. Everything is the lit exchange here, and 24/7, right? 23 hours a day, 7 days a week. So with a 1 hour closure, and that's this is this is the freaking way to go, man. This is the, if you want to talk about highly liquid asset, this is it here. And this makes careers, man, out of traders. And one that I am willing to take on shortly. So yeah, this is showing massive downside here, and this is exactly what I spoke to Sam about when she asked me if the S&P, what direction was the S&P headed towards, and I said, damn, there's a lot of weakness here. This is likely to fall off a cliff. It's happening though, right? So, but yeah, it's due to macroeconomic conditions, and it's only expected, right? And I fear that this is still going to continue to the downside. I don't want to say that I can cancel out the entire gains over the last I guess you can say from the last month, almost, or 3/4 of a month here. But it actually may just do that, right? So we're creating some ladders here. So we have 1 ladder, 2 ladder, 3. This is going to come up to the 4th ladder, likely bounce from the 4,257 point, come right back up to the closure of this bi-hourly candle, which would be an hour and a half. That resistance could be, I think, maybe right up here at 42.7725. That would be your resistance grab, and ladder number 4. After number 4, your odds of bouncing to the upside start increasing by the ladder count. So meaning that you have ladder 1, 2, 3, higher probability of bounce, even higher probability at 5, even higher probability at 6 and 7, and so on. The difference is that the deeper you go, the harder the bounce may be and the higher the probability. I mean, everything is set to revert. Everything is set to experience a type of reversion, right? Come back to a certain mean after either a parabolic upside or something that critically sells off. So I would kind of keep an eye on the ES, right? This is the S&P 500 E-mini futures contracts. Very credible to observe the markets through the futures. And this is partly why I look at oil futures too, WTI, right? So we want to know how those inverse plays are happening. You can even add them into this, I think. So this oil should be actually rallying right now. Dixie should be going up. 10-year yield, that should be rising into the 5% again. And that's gonna introduce a deep 5% into 10-year yield. That's gonna be a little bearish in the overall market position here, team. And also, I don't know if the markets are trying to price in or pre-price in the potential of Chair Powell raising another 25 bip come November 1st. First or the 21st? I forgot what it was. But yeah, that could be a possibility. Aiden Davis, what's up, dude? How are you, buddy? Happy Friday to you guys. Arca, can you explain the potential wins, losses of futures and how purchases and what you're purchasing, please? You're purchasing contracts similar to options contracts in the S&P or the Dow Mini futures. You have the IWM, right, for the Russell futures contracts. You can trade NAS, and also you can trade them as mini futures, or you can trade them as the micro E-minis. The micro E-minis will allow you to purchase these contracts at a lower value, but essentially when trading futures contracts, you are trading in margin, and that is because of the value of the asset, right? So you're not directly purchasing one contract for $4,200. What you're doing here is that you're purchasing a contract of the underlying. So just like an options contract, a SPY put right now could cost you $30 or $40. Similarly to that, you would actually see something here of around $300 to $500 per contract or less, right? So, but that usually would be, kind of your minimum there, right? So if you're trading the E-mini futures contracts, sometimes people, let's say you bought a contract that's betting the downside, every single point, so 4,272 to 4,271 will equal $50 of movement. So if you played the downside from 4,287 here, and it's already at 4,271, that's like $16, 16 points. So 16 points times $50 is what whomever is trading that downside is gaining per contract. So yeah, but it's while it is away from the dark pools and away from manipulative trading and wash and all that bad stuff, it is dangerous because within margin, right? So if say for example too, I forget exactly what time the closure is for the 1 hour close. If you have two contracts at the hourly close, you are going to be subject to filling your account 4,272 times 2, right, for the two contracts, so that you can fulfill margin requirement during that closure. And that's usually when some people get liquidated and get trapped, right? So that's you just need to know the rules here behind futures contracts, but you are essentially purchasing a contract, not like an options contract. This is not dependent on Greeks. It is not dependent on things like that, like your rho, right? Vega, delta, theta, gamma. None of that is valid here. It's more like a stock. These contracts behave more like a stock. So yeah, if you're curious about that, for the accounts that are not so heavy in the, and also there's unlimited trading here. Like you can fulfill this with a minimum. For example, AMP brokerage. You can fill your account with $500, and that will allow you to trade the micro E-mini futures contracts unlimited, right? You're not going to get hit with a PDT rule like you would on margin for Webull, for Robinhood, for the traditional equities. So if I was able to answer that correctly, I hope that I mean, there's a lot more information, right? There's a lot more information out there about this, but this is essentially what I know thus far, and I will be transitioning into this at some point. As I do believe that we could do some serious gains here, right? Not a problem, Ian. Very happy to share these things with you, brother. I like that you are curious, man, and it shows every day. And I would encourage you to continue that curiosity, dude. That's how that bug bit me and everyone else who became amazing at trading, right? So, Alan, cost bar on AMC was over 1,000% for a while, and it did nothing. Yeah, you know what? A lot of people have been talking about that from prior instances where yeah, you just get this crazy cost to borrow, and for some reason or another nothing happens, right? So the SPY team, I'm expecting, let me pull back into the hourly time frame. Oh man, this is it may actually be the bi-hourly. That is insane. I can't believe the downside on this. Wow, is this really going to use the 4-hour time frame linear regression that we just talked about? That is crazy. Let's see. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. 4-hour time frame linear regression, that bounce could happen at about 422.83, but unfortunately, there is a while to close this. I mean, we still have an hour and 30 minutes to close this candle here. So closing this candle above 422.86 would be a pretty bullish statement for a good bounce to the upside, at least a bounce to 423.95 from about 422.86. I would not long or short upon the touch of this support level. There will be a bounce here, but I would not enter the market until we have confirmations. Okay, team, be very careful. Remember that confirmations and validations of resistances or supports are key to successful trading. Remember that, team. Remember your confirmations. All of which will be taught to you, right, in the ArcMasters trading course. I have to make an accurate count here, but I just minused another one yesterday. I think I'm down to 8 or 7 seats now from the 30 that were presented just about a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks. So yeah, team, get in touch with me here. I'll pass you all the pertinent information. But yeah, team, like I said, we're gonna face a little bit of a bounce here. Not financial advice. I do have to say that, right? Don't you dare, don't you dare paper trade this right now. Okay, this is not the time. That would be irresponsible trading, right? And it would definitely show how much I suck. I understand that the need here would be awesome to just play the downside, right? But validations happen very early, and that was well within the pre-market. But also the morning volatility, playing options contracts, no can do. Right, we got to wait at least an hour to get in those 0 DTEs. They're too volatile. Right. I gotta say, man, I can't. Let me just. I just need to. Let me just grab my charger, team. I can't freaking reach it. Hold on. Come on. Okay, did it actually? Is it charging? Is it charging? All right, here we go. Now let's come back to the chat and see what's goody. Uh, yeah, I thought it was 6557, right? Or 6550, which is currently at. Now the linear regression is 6371, so or AKA 64. Sure. Yeah, it's a strong support. It's just that the condition has to be met above that support, right? So we definitely want we definitely want this 26 minutes and 35 seconds left to, at minimum, close above 64 cents, right? So specifically 63.50, let me say 63.71 at minimum. Let's close above there, right? And then this could introduce an upside. It would be ideal for this to close upside of the 66.48, right? But conditionally speaking, I think that the linear regression close upside of that mid band would be ideal. What is FNGR saying, team? Did we come back to that 53 cent zone, 653 yet? 655? Please let me know in the chat if that actually ended up happening, as I do see a candle here that reached as low as 651, and that was what, 510? Okay, 15 minutes ago. We definitely got that 651 grab right down here. Why does that happen though? Why am I the penny guy? I'm gonna have to adjust my targets by a penny every time. You know, I was I was talking to Sebastian about this, right? Because I'm noticing that oftentimes I'm fulfilling the targets, more or less, to some extent of accuracy, sure. But what I'm noticing is that oftentimes I would put a focus target in there, and that focus target would, more often than not come out about a penny more or less. So that's kind of getting old, and it's getting really annoying, right? And that's honestly is because I'm trying to nail a target here, right? But when I'm trading, I don't care about the particular target like I do here for you guys, right? It's just I want to show you that I want to like the young people would say, right? I want to flex my ability here and show you that I could, But when I day trade, I don't look for those really specific targets. At least when I day trade privately, right? But when I day trade with you, sure, limit orders. Right, just to show you that there is a safer way to trade. But for me personally, I would be market orders. It's going to be like trigger happy orders, right? At the point of discretion. Arca, dude, a penny, really? Some furus can within $1 or $1 away, right, dude? Yeah. Yeah, it's just, dude, we're playing the psychology here. We just want to know where these psychological supports and resistances are. And you guys are going to learn. I'm sorry, somebody I know just said right now that they were really excited for the master's course to start. I'll show you how to do this. I'll show you how to pull out these targets out of nowhere. And trust me when I say that I do have traders out here who are that good. Sebastian being one of them. He'll tell me the targets directly, and then we'll have to validate or invalidate them, right? But so Bob, not sure what cost to borrow means. So what that means is just it's the borrow rate like an interest or a tax on top of it, right? So per share of purchasing. So meaning that if you're going to short this thing, you would have to use margin, and you're going to borrow the asset in order for you to short it to the downside, and then you cover the position when that short is over. So every single share would be the price plus XXX cost to borrow percentage. So, so if this $6.61 has a cost to borrow fee of like of like 100%, so then you're paying 661 plus 100% per share, right? And then yeah, for you to borrow it to short to the downside, it gets harder and harder to borrow, right? And that's why sometimes you would have HTB on some exchanges, right? They'll show you HTB for hard to borrow because it's too expensive, man. It's like, who's really willing to pay that much amount of money? The only people that would be able to afford it and bank off of it would be systematic traders at institutions, that kind of money, right? So I don't think retail would be able to afford anything. And also, you don't want to, right? Even if it's at 50%, which is already kind of high at a cost to borrow rate, you don't want to borrow there at all, right? So you're looking at already inflated prices when you're borrowing the asset for a short, and that it's dependent on what broker you're using, right? So I hear that the most competitive cost to borrows or locate fees are what they're called, right? So when you borrow the asset and this thing goes all the way to the downside, and you press cover or you press buy to cover your position, the brokerage has to find and locate the shares in the lit exchange at whatever price it's at, right? So they're gonna have to find it and then allocate as per whatever the process is that they do. So that also is a fee. So a locate fee is something that gets implied onto your trade. So you have the cost to borrow, you have the trade fee, you have the locate fee. So it's important to keep in mind to track all of these fees before making a trade. And this is where a lot of retail fails, right? Because of not keeping in mind all of those broker fees. And to be very clear here, I am short bias as well, but not for assets like Finger, not for assets like HUBC, not for assets like SEC. CLNV, TTOO, none of those. GTII, none of those. Those would be suicide shorts, right? So I would honestly, short something like the TQQQ, right? So I would short that, but then also you don't have to, because you can just play the SQQQ, the inverse. Right, but as a short bias trader, I do have to keep in mind what those brokerages charge. So I know that Cobra Trading and Centerpoint Securities, those brokerages have the most competitive locate fees for short bias trades, and that would be the way to go in case you are betting the downside, right? So yeah, just for curiosity's sake here, go ahead and keep in mind those brokerages. By the way, I am not affiliated with them, and I am not sponsored by whatsoever by mentioning them. So they in fact don't even know who the hell I am, and would probably love me for saying what I'm saying right now, as they do pay for paid promotion, right? But yeah, that they're and both of them have access to DAS Trader, which would be the direct access order routing platform for immediate execution. And that's, if a day trader is going to take that day trading seriously, that would be the way to go, right? Your DAS Trader platform, it's a must. Around $200 a month to maintain. But yeah, I hope I was able to answer that correctly for you, Dark Zenit. So the cost of the borrow rate would in theory mean an upside for the bulls. And yes, that's why people mention it all the time, is because it becomes harder and harder to borrow and more pricey, which is going to make people, less likely to want to short it. I mean, I've seen cost to borrow rates above like 2,000%. I've seen some stupid numbers out there that really don't make sense, because traditionally speaking, anything over anything over a 12%, maybe even a 10% cost to borrow, that's already freaking ridiculous. How are you borrowing 10 cents on 10 cents per the security? It doesn't make sense financially, right? Unless you really do have that kind of leverage. And that's why I'm saying that it'll start kind of removing a very important factor to the short play, and that would be retail short, right? So that's going to start kind of dwindling off, and that's going to naturally decrease the short pressure, right? But I mean, these guys can get aggressive at some points too, right? So I mean, unlimited usually I don't want to say unlimited margin, because there's no such thing, and then there wouldn't be margin calls if that were the case, right? But you know, all they have to do is really just hedge their position, or liquidate another position from another asset or something, which is where that asset would probably drop or run like crazy in order for them to fulfill margin requirement. And their margin requirements are really just done with a slap in the wrist. They're not, those margin calls that you hear happen in the markets are not as potent as we would like them to be for retail. They usually just get a slap in the hand. Like for example, Citadel Securities, worth billions and billions of dollars, they'll probably get hit with a fine of anywhere between $600,000 to maybe $2 million. And what are they? they're averaging that in the first hour of the trade, right? So that's it really is, it shows that corruption, right? So yeah, but sometimes it can be used to our benefit to understand how the psychology works beyond that and trade the very short term. And that's honestly, and I want to say that I depend on corruption, but it's just the markets are built a certain way, and you get kind of accustomed to that crappy smell, right? How the heck else can I explain it? But yeah, you kind of get used to that crappy smell, and then you will find your ways around it, right? Avoid it somehow. Like you learned how to grab a cloth and put it over your mouth, and now you don't smell it, right? So temporary fixes, little band-aids that can be considered scalpers and momentum traders, short-term traders, day traders. Oh man. It's kind of like when you first start dating, says Zephram. Dude, that is that is funny, dude. That is funny. Oh my goodness. Zorksan is saying I may actually get back into finger, right? Right, brother. That's another thing that we have to be careful with, right? You definitely never want to buy into strength. You want to buy the weakness. You want to buy that fear, right? So yeah, it really is just as simple as that. I think Warren Buffett once famously said that, right? You buy the fear, you sell the greed. So that is a general concept, and generally, proven right. Logic sometimes is the best way to look at this, right? So sometimes people will say logic and emotionless trading, but I think I would have to oppose the emotionless part of trading. And the reason why is because something within you triggered the buy or sell for that, right? And it required an emotion. It required a decision. You're definitely not a robot. You're a human. So understanding and coming into terms with your psychology and thus controlling it, that would improve you as a trader, is to really focus in on who you are and let it display the type of person you are, and you'll see that the trade will literally expose things that you never knew existed of yourself. By hourly time frame, Zephram, be very careful with what's happening here. I'm not this kind of drop here is introducing. I don't know if Zeph, are you still in, or is Sebastian still in? Oh, you guys, or did you both pull out, or you both got gains already? I forgot. But the hourly time frame is insinuating a potential 58 drop here, right? So yeah, we want to make sure that we get these closures. This invalidates the aggressive trader here, right? But this, you would have already been stopped out. So yeah, there could be a bounce here at 58.41 to completely recover, and then we'll see how it goes. FNGR, damn, is it rallying back up? Oh my goodness. You catch that 651? It definitely got the 651, right? Back to the 650 mean that we spoke of right here. Right, so we were talking about 655 drop. It got down to 651 like the original mean. and has bounced back. So 673, that could, that's right at the junction here, the mid band. 12 minutes to close above 673, okay? If FNGR fails to close above 673 on this hourly candle, it will introduce another downside, specifically down to those 650 levels again. Zephram, you didn't reload? Okay, good. I just want to, dude. You know how I feel about these, right? So this has a shot, actually. I see it flexing up here as well. I know there's resistance right at this candle at 6204. So the condition here would be to close, and it may actually try to get it. The condition here would be to try to close upside of 6341 for HUBC in 12 minutes, under 12 minutes now. It looks like it wants to fulfill that. So yeah, if it does close above, how exact can I get it? It's going to be hard to do that, right? Because it's moving. So yeah, let's just say 63.48. We want to make sure that we can close this candle above that. If it does close beneath it, it'll introduce price action back down here to 58.55, from which then a bounce to likely test this 63.96 or 63.79 would happen. Right? So not the end of the world here, as there could be a bounce there, but remember that we don't, the faster this sells off, the faster it'll go down and then recover faster, right? But we also don't want that, because that'll put lots of pressure to the downside on momentum, specifically in the shorter term. But this thing is still set for continuation to the upside. So if at any point you feel trapped in this, I do think that this can actually recover into Monday. You never noticed anything about... Gator, I think you're probably on a delayed or you're listening to me a little later, right? You never noticed anything about Weeble? Definitely some people did here. Okay, so the bounce... Yeah, this is that bounce that we were talking about from the mid-band right here, team. So the whole idea here was to see if this can actually close above, but remember that this still has an eternity to wait. Still an hour and 10 minutes away from this close, and that would be equivalent to lunchtime NYSE. By then, no entry should be happening. The ES, the futures contracts are recovering just a bit here. I'm keeping an eye on HUBC. I know there's people exposed on this. Oh yeah, man. Seiko totally faked out that top side. I was explaining to Sebastian last night that I think this thing was going to fall off a cliff. Very interesting. It's already reached the low of about 143. My first target was 142. Bro, it's playing the play like the way we spoke of. Right, so if that's the case, then you're going to have, let's see, 9 minutes and 25 seconds to close beneath this 149. That could introduce 136. And maybe a bearish engulfing here on the hourly. We're going to have to see how that works out. Wow. Okay. So anyway, back to FNGR. I'm quite impressed, right, that it is catching this kind of upside. 678 presently. And I mean, just take a look at this. Look at the watch list here, right? So you definitely have this crazy downside on everything. You have quantum here. You have it in red. You have AI in red. Indices in red, right? Blue chips in red. All of this that's insane. Wow. But FNGR, that's up. FNGR being like literally the sole survivor here, right? Let's pull up the economic calendar, specifically the heat map in stocks, and let's take a look at the bloodbath here and see. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is what we're dealing with right now. Amazon down over 2 points. Apple down 1.06%. Microsoft down 1.36%. Meta, everything experiencing a serious drop. Oracle is actually minus 6.65%. That is a major loser right now. What else is aggressive? Guys, this is that is crazy. Tesla down. Damn, Tesla is down. Pfizer down minus 2%. Oh man, yeah, this is quite the pressure. But AT&T is up almost 3%. Nice. GM is up almost 2% too, or plus 2%. Walmart is lingering in that square in between. Man, I'm just the Magnificent Seven. You know, those showing some absolute pressure to the downside. CLV up 0.20%. Jennifer saying Finger is very curious. I agree. Finger displaying this strength. It just shows that there is buy side interest. Let's see. Can you check ARAV? ARAV. What play is that, my brother? Is that a? Hold on. Yeah, Sebastian, careful with this, as I do think that there could be a 58.42 bottom here. I think that bounce would allow you to get back to your break even. And then we would have to see about that resistance, right? So then when it does revert back to your break even point, which I think was 64, you said? I forgot what it was. But when it comes back to that, we have to see if we can convert that resistance into support for a continuation to the upside. Other than that, other than that, in 5 minutes and 46 seconds, which I assume is going to increase a little bit of volatility to push down to this level here within the next 5 to 6 minutes, this would be kind of a nice bounce. Naturally, closing this in 5 minutes would pressure the price action down to here, and then we'll go back up. In what time frame would you be looking at that? I can see it too. And we're going to pull up that ticker. So this is why I'm saying that we could find the bounce, right? The very, very similar on the 4 hour too would be 58, but the 4 hour is already showing that there could be a support here from the gravitational zone. If it is failing it, well, yeah, that was what I just said, bro. Look at this. We were going to increase volatility towards the downside to face that mid band on the, I think it was the bi-hourly, right? Here we go. Or the hourly time frame, sorry. That's, the hourly. Oof. This is that thing where we have to combat here, okay? So closing this candle above 58.39. Yeah, closing this above 58.39. That is important here in 4 minutes. Okay, so we're going to be lingering here a bit. Dude, so annoying, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at where was it, brother? Who asked me for that? You added at 667. My average is still green. Awesome, Keith. That is good to hear. Guys, I'm sorry. I was noticing that somebody asked me for a ticker with an A on it. I forgot what it was. ARAV. There we go. ARAV, looking 30-minute push to the upside, and it's actually up 50% today. Why is that? It's critically oversold as well. 6 days ago. What is there a? Yeah, why is it going up right now? And I assume it's probably because it regained. Even if we have enough information, I'm not sure that we do. The moving averages. I was looking for the SMA 50 recovery, which it just happened. That's literally. Usually acquiring or validating your SMA 50 on a daily time frame, that would introduce an upside here, and that's one of the reasons why it would. You're about to experience some resistance at oh, there is a gap there. Oh, and I've already looked at this before. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it closed the gap. No, I'm sorry, it did not close the gap yet, but there is a support at 2050. So if that is the support, you may get an upside continuation to this range here before a pullback and validation of that support. Right about here. That would be 2203 to 2314. You can get a pullback here, unless it's already doing it now, right? So it's trying to support itself from this candle top and the gap top here. So yeah, let's see how that continues. But honestly, everything is still. Let me see actually from the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, 4-hour time frame upside pivot, contraction starting, upside pivot on the RSI. It's beyond the gravitational zone, so this can continue upward. ADX support with DMI on top, with the DMI plus on top. That's good. That's a lot of support from the DMI. Upside pivot on the 6-hour time frame. So what are the shorter time frames saying? Yeah, I do think that this is going to resist in this level here within the next hour. 2203 to 2314. And it's looking like RSI on the 30-minute is in the gravitational zone. This is usually where price gets pulled to the upside, right around here. And it's trying to it's suppressing a little bit, but yeah, stochastics showing an upside in the immediate. Let's see the hourly time frame also with an upside here, expansion happening, upside pivot and bullish crossover on that MACD, incoming cash and ADX support. So that's all good. Yeah, definite upside continuation here. It's going to be just a technical pullback from this area, but I expect this to continue to the upside even still. There is a chance of there is a chance of meatballs here, man. I think this thing could probably reach 2581 today. Let's see. What is that top side? I'm going to go ahead and measure it just a sec. It's a high of 2572. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have my glasses on, so I want to go. Let me just grab my glasses. Hold on just a sec. All right, you guys got it. How about you can't find the damn glasses, right? FNGR just made a little bit of a topside of 687, coming back down to 680. Nice. Got a little bit of a push there, guys. That looked pretty good. Any push to the upside that we get like this would. Oh, look at that. That is such a relief. Northwest, thank you. Thank you. That is very kind of you. And thank you so much for reminding me. But yes, we got the hourly closure above the 673 mark. And this is price action reacting to that. Right now, the hourly time frame VWAP, that which would be your volume weighted average price, is sitting at 681. Not the most credible strategy, at least nowadays, but maybe anchored VWAP would be better. But yeah, this is supporting from VWAP traditionally and bouncing to 683 now. Okay, so this, closing this is a bullish statement right above the 673 mark. This could introduce a continuation to the upside to eventually reach, yet again, deep 690s. Yeah, same here. Good deal. Good deal. Here's what I talked about, right? Closing above that area of 58.52. Let this thing ride back up. The condition here would be to come back up to the zone of about 63.86, 64 cents. And then that 64 cents would be the next condition to close here, right? Yeah, it's definitely trying. And that's usually the linear regression bands are a pretty good read for this, right? Closing, this would be conditional trading, right? So this is going to introduce the top side of almost 64 cents coming up soon, and that's going to be the next validator, right? If it does move beyond the 64 cents, likely at 66.48, before a retracement back to that 64 cent, and then we try to get that support leading into an upside. Lots of conditions here, but this is what I was talking about, right? If you're a little bit afraid, just wait for the closure upside of this mid band here. You're going to get the opportunity to break even, and then that potential to get long the asset. So let's see what FNGR is doing. 681 and holding the 681 and holding the top side or the opening of the prior hourly candle, which was, we can always observe in the OHLC right up here, the open high low close. That would be the open of 681, right? So currently bouncing off of that. And let's see. Yeah, that hourly closure, right, Northwest, was super important. Is the price of FNGR a good price to swing like holding for a couple days? I'm worried about it falling again. I know, man. I know that very pressure that you're talking about. I can't advise. Okay, first of all, I am breaking my own rules by holding this. I no longer have an open position on FNGR, and that is because of a lot of reasons. First of all, the Fed yesterday, right? So the closing position before things like that is okay too. And let's see, and because of the pressures of the options contracts. So I don't want to be exposed while the options are there. These expiries are super dangerous, and price action, obviously, I would have benefited today. I would have benefited incredibly today going up to 708. Right, so I missed out on that based on that decision. But it's very unpredictable what price can do when options contracts are on the line, especially when you're at a critical expiry. Sorry. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Good to see you here. Yeah, you've noticed, and that's why you're scared. Yeah, so they usually do this right at the major closes, major expiries. They like mess with the price action like crazy, and then after the expiry happens, right? Then more natural trading starts to take place. So am I, Dark Zenon. In order for me to gain at least in order for me to gain some more day trades or unlimited per se, cash account would be the best way, right? And but the thing is that you would need settled cash every time. And I think with a cash account, options contracts are next day settlement. So your money would more than likely be available the next day after realizing a gain or a loss. Welby saying trade wisely. Finger is for the thrill seekers, man. Yeah, this is and also for the fight for equal markets, right? Transparency. That's also a part of it too, man. Can't forget that, right? Because there's a large community here against predatory shorting, against synthetic shares, naked shares, naked shorting. That is real, is very real, right? It's hard to it's in a sense intangible because there's like no. It's not about the physical evidence. It's just that it's been talked about since the 80s and publicly into the open, right? So now that it's a taboo subject, it's not talked about, right? Because retail has caught on as it being a very negative thing. So yeah, yeah. So you're not gonna catch like the Forbes magazine, is naked shorting the way to go or whatever. You've seen that. So that's and then also the early 90s or the late 90s, Jim Cramer speaking about wash sales, right, and market or price manipulation. That stuff, yeah, it's super taboo and very discredited, and it leaves a sour taste. There's no fairness. There's no fairness to the retail investor when practicing that kind of play. And that honestly, it made criminals. It turned the greedy into greedier. And every freaking 10 to 12, 13 years, we'll get a super cycle correction. And they all learned their lesson for the first few months, for the first year or two, and then back at it again with the white vans, right? So, and then they hide it, and it's a different method, right? So, you had your CDOs transfer into slabs. And what are they going to do now, right? So, yeah, there's even talks about housing facing a correction soon. Can't validate that, right? We would have to chart. I actually do have it. Let's see. Where's FNGR at right now, team? We're in that quiet period now, so there's going to be low volatility, but good. 685 top right now. This is going to introduce that, like what we said, right? So check out actually this before we move on here. Look at the mean right now, sitting at 658. Right, so three standard deviation multiplier from 658 lands at 709. That's where we have our top side at 708. So that's a clear indication that we may actually get that. Now, if we do get that 708 or 709 top, the toughest part is not getting there. The toughest part is maintaining it. That's where it's going to be a true test of strength here. Right, so, hey, Cyber, how you doing? Arca, I missed yesterday. Happy birthday. After listening to Chair Powell, I moved my finger shares aside, except for the 450 options. Has fingers separated from the SPY, dry powder waiting. Right, so I'm very happy to hear that you also did that. Right, it's good to practice like that. And yes, it has. It has... There's still very little correlation, but the futures market is showing massive weakness here. And to be very honest with you, I do think that the DXY could be rallying. Let's see, daily time frame. Yeah, slight pullback right now, but this thing is. Look at this. The Dixie has been flying, right? So, let me pull the US 10Y. Yeah, this thing is this thing has been flying too. So if we're gonna find an inverse correlation, it would be now. So it's like fingers playing along the 10-year yield, and it's playing along the 10-year yield and the price action of the SQQQ and the SPXU. The inverse to the markets right now, right? So it's that's actually something that does happen widely, though, like market wide. Oftentimes, micro caps and small caps will receive a push to the upside when the broader markets and indices are facing turbulence. right? So then you would get this really interesting pair of OTC versus versus the Dixie and the 10-year yield and oil. So that's something to kind of watch out for. You've been practicing with paper trading since then. Oh, good. I'm very happy that you said that, brother. Yeah, so cyber. Yeah, I think there's a clean decoupling right now, and I expect FNGR to continue to the upside here, and I think that we can combat that 696 zone one more time. Let's check out HUBC real fast. Okay, it already reached the top side of 6307, but it still has 47 minutes to go. Very likely for it to reach the top side there. Keep an eye on that, okay? And let's go back to FNGR real quick. Sorry. Wow, look at that. Pushing up. 687 on FNGR. Looking good. Sweat. I'm sorry. Hold on just a sec. Ready for those $15 call options to print? Let's see, if you got a very small account, I just average down instead of trying to swing my position and risk losing out from the move upward. So yeah, Cameron, that's usually the traditional strategy per se, right? So I'm not opposed to it. I just think that math kind of works against that sometimes. Oh, actually, all the time. But I'll show you why. Right? It's actually very simple. But let's just say, for example, this. Right? It dropped. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it with a little bit of percentage like this. But might as well just try it. Right? So please notice that I dropped there 14.21%. Right? From the $7 target. So in order for you to come, like you're thinking of yourself, right, you would just recover 14% to break even. But in fact, that 14% recovery wouldn't take you to the full recovery. It would take you under it still. So 694 versus 708. And those are small moves. 14%ers are not really that much for a volatile asset like FNGR. It really starts getting tricky once you face losses that are deeper. So facing a loss that's around like 36%, and then you try to increase that 36% gain, that also puts you at an even lower valuation, right? So take a look at this. This is your 36% here. 726 versus 843. So recovering that same percentage that you lost does not apply to the upside. So in my case, right, I am not also you should know this of me, right? So I will support retail as much as they can, as much as I can, and as much as they ask me, right? So I'll often say, yeah, you know what, you guys, let's go ahead and chart this out. I'll give you the forecast, whatever happens. But I'm a short-term trader, right? So I'm a very short-term trader, so I'm usually in and out. No onions, right? So what I end up doing there is that if I notice that the downside is going to start breaking key areas of support, then at the break and confirmation of those support zones, I will not dollar cost average. In fact, I will remove 30% or 35% position at that point. Why? Is because I want to slow the rate of loss down. So you're going full speed here, right? And then you're reaching that 35%, you slow it down by 35%, and it starts slowing your rate of loss. And you wait for the support, right? And you break another support, even slow it down even more, pull another 15%, and then you're slowing to a trickle here, right? So then when you come back down to those critical supports, bam, you enter your 35%, let it ride up, right? You break that key area of resistance, you validate that resistance, 35% in again. You brought down your cost basis with an upside instead of the downside. So mathematically speaking, I am not for the dollar cost averaging because of math, right? It's very difficult to recover what you lost, right? So in my case, I would tend to remove and slow that rate of loss down, right? So it's not up to, sometimes people don't really like that because then the opportunity, right? What if you miss out? And that literally the fear of missing out, the FOMO, right? So that it really triggers and it applies there and it sticks. So then you're going to want to hold naturally, right? But oftentimes, these types of moves to the upside, they don't happen in one day. They definitely happen over the span of maybe a week or two. So even if this thing did rip, right? So say, for example, out of nowhere, right, 680, this thing rips to $9 just out of nowhere. The pullback from $9 will likely be $6 or $7 because of that huge pump to the upside. It'll naturally pull back and it'll start spreading the volatility. Your bid and ask are going to start getting really wide, and your moves to the upside and downside are going to start getting very volatile. So you will likely get the same entry again upon a squeeze. So just to display my way of looking at things, please do not take that as any type of financial advice. I'm just simply expressing an opinion, right, team? But definitely not for you to use. Okay, it's for you to observe and take it however you will. Arca, let's see. So, sorry, Cameron, you said can't hold on the bad trades for too long. Got to take your licks and move on, or else you'll go on tilt and it'll affect your trading. Sure, got to have set rules you follow no matter what. That is exactly right, Cameron. You couldn't say that any better, my brother. I encourage the community to observe price, just like observe the markets, just the way that you explained there, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing that. Hey, Garbini, how's it going? What is MTC, man? Tell me what MTC is in the first place. Let me see. $680 on that. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. You've blown up. Let's see. Cameron's saying. I'm sorry. Yeah, Cameron's saying I've blown up my account before by revenge trading. It's your tuition for the market, as they say. Oh yeah. I often have said that before. I think my tuition overall, right, was not only the AMC loss, right? So it was like 8,000 plus another few thousand of just irresponsible stupidity, and then that'll teach you something. 83% up on MTC. What? There is not a single thread of news. Why is this running this hard? That is insane. Dark Xenon, yeah. So as you get exposed to the markets initially, you're gonna always face that fear. You're always gonna face the fear of missing out on the potential opportunity. But I have to say, man, I mean, remember, dude, last week, I think it was from Wednesday, from the previous week up to, what day are we on? Yeah, up to Friday, which was just last Friday. That was well, for me and a few traders here that we traded, the SPY, I think that was over 300% gain in those few days. Right, so there are opportunities in the market, and you can do it, and which then you're going to be like, oh, so I don't have to wait for one asset. No, you don't have to, right? But it's cool to be a part of a movement. It's cool to be whatever. But overall, you should really look after you, right? So resistance coming up, team, at 452 based on this bottom side, the lows of early March 2022. That could be a potential pullback zone, and I mean, it is sort of a range. I can put it there, but I would, me personally, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. It's way too overextended. It's way too volatile, and it's already kind of played the majority of the move. I would really like to see this thing pull back to the daily gap right over here. Tiny gap. That area there would be 274. So yeah, if there's any move here, it would be that, to wait for a massive pullback here, which would be a crazy loss. So whoever is trading this and they're not noticing that resistance coming up, that's going to be fatal. And it'll be, yeah, that'll be a big loss. 50 to 60% loss at least. So where is that gap? Right, I had that gap there. Let's see. kind of a wide range too. It's just all the volatility, 340 to 280. That's huge, right? So, and even still, I have to adjust it because of that. Let me do that now. Hold on. This gap here. So that is the adjustment there. So I have to put that there. Very likely for price action to bounce from there. Some people would say, Arca, it already filled. Obviously, huge candle there, right? It's not that. It's that psychology knows that the gap is there, and oftentimes we use these imbalances for bounces. I'm actually oftentimes, like we always do, except for the times to when we'll skip over it because volatility is just too strong towards one direction. It'll favor it too. It'll just favor it too much. Okay, so here we're in that pullback zone. Let's see if we can focus it though. There is some tiny little gaps here, right? So that would be 512 potential top side. Tweezer top located at 519 though. So yeah, this is going to be a very strong area of resistance. Yeah, I think I would have to adjust this to 520 at the very potential top side here. And then of course, yeah, we have other areas to look at, but it's just what I'm looking for are for psychological things that people use for supports and resistances, specifically this area here, right? So yeah, it's already pulling back a little bit. I'm not sure this thing it can explode, right, and continue on to the upside, but traditionally speaking, right, we would pull back from these zones here. That is massive. It was over 100% gain at just a minute ago. So Dark Zen is saying that's definitely why I've gotten stuck in a few tickers and decided to just take a loss and go to paper trading, which has been successful. I will say that paper trading is a good way to go, right? And it'll definitely show you and prove your strategy right and correct. But oftentimes you're missing the one key component to that. To the you need to face that fear, and sometimes you need a little bit of skin in the game. So that is why the skin in the game for me, after losing thousands and thousands of dollars, I ended up starting with $80 and $88 in my account to trade. Right, so that was the greatest. It was very annoying, but because if you're playing by the rules, I was using no more than 5% the account. So 5% of $80, you can only imagine. My entries were $2. My entries were $1.60. My gains were 6 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents. And compound that, right? Day trades and stuff, and you slowly build it. And then thousands of dollars later, that was the $80, right? So cool. But it took a fair deal of attention and a lot of frustration. I don't look at my P&L when I'm trading. I look at percentages, because it doesn't matter what the dollar value is. It's the fact that you played the play the way it should play, and that's it. Right, so I tend to, you'll hear this a lot too. You'll hear this from a lot of other traders, that they stay away from looking at their P&L. 685 on FNGR, not bad. The heck just happened? Aiden, what's up, buddy? That's why I feel like paper trading takes out the money psychology that every trader needs to overcome. So by practicing with little money, at least your feet are in the water. Yeah, you'll still feel that little burn. You will certainly feel that little burn, like, oh, that was a little itchy there, right? That kind of hurt. And that's another thing too, is that when you're entering the markets, you don't want to feel that fear. You don't want to feel. It's just the fear that you're feeling is because of over leveraging. Right, so you would be on a $10,000 account. You're entering $8,000. That's not the best way to trade, and it's very much against the rules. So that's going to put a lot of fear in there, and it's going to cloud judgment and stuff, right? So, but the fear, the lotto shot is what we're looking for. But the power of actually doing this consistently in small bits at a time. I mean, now I can show you how to really leverage $80, right? as I know a lot more than I did when I first started. Especially when I first started becoming consistently profitable. I didn't know the options that I had, even then, and I was already consistently profitable. So yeah, there are a lot of things that you can do. And I use my exposure to the SPY is usually $80 to 80 because $39 each contract usually, right? So around 40, yeah, $39-40 a contract. So I'll usually buy 2 to 4 contracts, and that's my exposure, right? So anywhere between 80 to like $200, and that turns into a lot of money. So one of the trades that we did just last week, Zephram was like, "What the hell, man? Those $80 turned into $213 or 200 and something. It was, or almost 300, I think it was. But it was a 200 and some odd % gainer." Right, and you can really see the volume made with very little money and little risk. So you don't put down a lot of cash. You put down just what you're comfortable with and what you wouldn't be bitten in the ass for if you lose. Right, so that's more along my style of trading, team. I like to risk very little for high gain, and having true risk management. So let's see. Let me come back to HUBC real quick. All right, so still sitting there. I just at about 62 cents. The SPY, look at this boy. It is still falling. Man. Cyber Sultan, thank you so much for your donation, my friend. He said gracias. My Midwest Mexican Spanish for gracias. I appreciate your insight, my brother. You're very welcome. And thank you for the laugh. Did you ever read, I forgot what book it was, or you know what? I think it was a comedian. It was that really chunky white dude, right? I think he was a Southerner, and he talks about, like he would use like words like mayonnaise as like in his sentence for saying something. I don't know if you recall what I'm saying there, right? But like he would use it like I'm using the wrong example, but he would use mayonnaise like mayonnaise, some serious ribs there, right? So something like that, right? And he would use other references like that in context, and I found it to be very creative, and that's what your grassy ass came out like. Dude, I loved it. Thanks, brother. Really appreciate you. SPY continuing to fall here, team. I do think that this is, combating this. This is going to be interesting, but I hate the fact that we're going to be closing right at. Actually, no, man, we may be able to catch a short here or a put like nobody's business. I mean, it is technically oversold already, but I have a feeling that this can still fall deeper. So let's see if we can get a pullback here. I think it would probably be encouraged at around 421.80. We'll get back up to the zone of about 422.71. If we close this hourly candle below, actually, let me adjust it, right? So below 422.80, closing this 4-hour candle below 422.80 will introduce a continuation to the downside, and that could be our short play, or it could also be a put play, right? As I do think it could be a high probability downside here. Man, that is so much bleeding. That is, look at this. Wow. I mean, I was already talking to you about, the potentials of reaching 42.35 here, but I didn't really realize it would be done in one day. Yeah, we're getting very close to a potential bounce zone here. Yeah, we're definitely gonna, let me see this. I mean, that was an okay move. 4,300 to the low of about 42.93. 7-point move. That was pretty clean. Yeah, 30 minutes to close the 4-hour, and that's That can okay. FNGR 686 looking good. So yeah, the SPY that's I think closing anywhere beneath 422.80. Yeah, closing beneath four. Yeah, if it closes anywhere between 422.80, it's going to encourage a downside. So it depending on where it closes too, right? Because there is a probability that if it if it closes right where it is, there is a probability for an upside here to validate the four. By then it would actually be 422.70 because of the regression, right? So 422.70 then would be the resistance area and a potential entry. Double X, what's up, buddy? Arca, great fight tomorrow from Abu Dhabi. No way, who's fighting? Let me see. Early in the day start, bunch of bunch of preliminaries on the ESPN Plus. The main fights on pay-per-view, big time fights, all of the best. What? Like who is the most? I guess give me the most famous one. Who would be that pair? Like the main fight. Yeah, I would personally just keep averaging until I built up at least 1,000, and then I would start worrying about trading. Yeah, I get it, man. I know just that feeling. I will still probably even do that today, man, because of the conviction in a play. Like for example, HUBC, right? I would have entering around 66 to 64 cents. I would have definitely picked up some down here at 58.61. You know what I mean? So M9, you know what's happening there? And here it is, team. Check it out. This is the pullback that we were talking about from MTC, right? We noticed the very obvious areas of logical pullbacks. So, and then I was talking about I would really wait for this thing to drop for a massive loss, and it's still continuing to lose it. Very, very apparent support right here at 218. That could be a nice little bounce zone here, but that's going to be to validate some resistances up at 271. Oh, thanks, you guys. KF Mobile Gaming, thank you for that. You guys don't even know the knowledge behind Double X here for the fights or for this game. He's definitely one of a kind. Yep, MTC was a nice scalp, and also this would have been the entry for a nice short too. Woof! That would have been a big ass gainer. Look at this. I mean that dropped from the 50% of the area where we spoke about, right? At some point, that was a minus 66% gainer to the downside. So, yeah, that would have been an incredible short too. And you're currently sitting at minus 58%. So even there, dude. Yeah, but yeah, using logic, right, and using historical areas of support and resistances, that's key. Let's see. Okay, let me come back to okay, I see what's happening. Okay, that we're currently validating the break of this resistance, right? So the resistance zone is 675 to 678 on FNGR. So the importance of this, yeah, guys, by the way, I am not, just to make it clear, I am not entering the market. Okay, so if you're, let's put it this way. There's talks amongst day traders, right? So, and day traders who are active every day, right? Everyday day traders, the ones who actually do this for a living. There's like no one enters in lunch, okay? All right, so just like don't do that, right? So that you would be the you would be considered part of the natural flock or the normal flock, right? So definitely don't enter the exposure during the lunchtime. That would be 10 a.m. 9 a.m. Pacific time to 10 a.m. Pacific. otherwise known as 12 to 1, right at noon to 1 o'clock in NYSE. And more traditionally, price action tends to revert and correct leading up to, I would say, anywhere between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. Pacific. That's really when price action starts to correct. MTC got halted on Robinhood for the downside? That's a miracle. It's really hard for, I mean, yeah, that was just, that's a massive drop, dude. I'm telling you, that was a 67% in just that, like, hourly candle. That's massive. That's huge. They would halt it. It would also be very unsafe. Okay, here we go. Sebastian, if you're still awake, fool. You're at 64 now. This is where I told you to wait for the bounce here, right? And get to your break-even price. Sebastian, if you're still awake, man, I know it's probably like 1 or freaking 2 in the morning over there, whatever it is. I hope you're not too tired, buddy. I just want to make sure that you're safe in your trade, okay? This is what I meant. There's going to be a resistance here, but this would be now the new condition, right? Hourly time frame closure coming up in 21 minutes. We want to make sure that we can close above the 63.89 zone. If this asset closes above 63.89, very likely going to continue on to the areas of about 69 to 70 cents, okay? Keep an eye on that. I don't know if you're still awake, buddy, but I'm speaking to my guys. I'm speaking to my apprentice. That's Sebastian Fingerlim, right? He's a mod here too. I just want to make sure his trade is going okay, and that's but he's in Singapore, so it's not 8:39 a.m. where he is. It's definitely sleep time. All right, so let's come back to the SPY real quick. There we go. Yeah, this is that bounce that I was talking about, right? We're going to see if we can get this bounce back up to this area here, which would then start challenging the potential of closing the candle, right? So this is where the asset is going to determine if it's going to revert for a continuation to the upside, being the the switcheroo that we speak of, right? The algos switch right at about 10 a.m. Pacific. So if that's going to switch over, this is going to be the preparation for it. Closing this candle above. Let's see. Closing this candle above 422.82. Bullish. Closing it below 422.82. Bearish. 20 minutes, 8 seconds left. All right, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled for this, but this is just going to be the validation into 9 a.m., which would be 12 p.m. NYSE. I am not catching entry. What I want to do is make sure that I can close the next hourly candle. I mean, we're on the 4-hour here, right? But we're gonna wait the hour to close beneath this or the hour to close above this. But the overall direction is about to be provided for us in less than 20 minutes. Okay, team. So that's where there can be some consistency. Okay, so be very careful. And Sebastian is definitely not replying to me, bro. You should be break even right now, or just above it. Let me. Watch your, what is it? Yeah, you should be in the money. You should be in the money now. And that hourly is not looking bad at all, man. Hourly candle closure above 63.84 would lead to 70 cents here. And it's looking like it's showing some serious conviction here, dude. I can't catch this guy's attention. Let's go back to finger. Let's see where it's at. All right, 677 on FNGR, and that's usually set because of the lunchtime, team. It's okay, right? I mean, we're at one of the supports, literally at one of them, 677. If we can maintain this for. Actually, let me take a look at the linear regression bands on this. Let me put in the hourly candle. I'm sorry, the hourly time frame. Let me hide the drawings. And let me add the Arca Bulls LRC linear regression channel. Right? So let's go ahead and pull that up. Also, is that hiding indicators and drawings? Nada. Pull up. Did I even click on it or what? Do it. All right, let me check HUBC. Yeah, man. Sebastian, dude. Are you big ass asleep right now or what? 17 minutes left to close. Look at this team. Just like we said, the SPY is going to be lingering right around here, right as it gets closer and closer to that close. Do I see a bottom for Seiko? Yes, brother. And actually, it's already combating the second take profit here for the short, 136. I will tell you that there could be a short-term bounce from 128 to validate the 136 resistance and eventually reach 123. If the play plays out the way that it should, right? This is not algorithmic. These are just my drawings here, right? That I put together all myself. I have OCD. Oh, so that's what's happening right now, guys. Nobody actually told me. It's I'm noticing that the William is on right now. He does not look happy. He does not. My bro does not look happy whatsoever.
Citadel goes out of business, and everybody else is sitting there saying, "Hey, we didn't do it at Goldman Sachs. We had nothing to do with it." So they're basically pointing off the fraud to Ken Griffin. He's making all the money. He's the movie star. But who's the biggest target when the shit hits the fan? Ken.
Damn it.
Sachs is not involved. Right? They all walked away. Oh, we get paid for it. We sell you our order flow. We're okay.
Well, they've moved all the broker-dealer crap out of their firm. They're just, I don't know. Anyway, this listener says, Fidelity employee I spoke with about GTII. Fidelity said they were aware GTII had a huge internet presence, as if that's some bad thing. They just brought it up. Anyway, interesting.
Listen, we're here about education. All right? If you're not educated, you're going to be robbed. So take it to any stock. The people in MULN, I tried to educate them January of this year. I guess it was this year I spoke with him. January. All right? He made critical mistakes, dragging his feet, probably his attorneys, and now he has a complete shit show. So again, education. Now he wants to fight back against naked shorts. They already ransacked that place. How does he clean it up? I don't know. I don't have the energy or I care at this point.
I mean, to me, the only thing that if there's 20 items that need to work in their favor, they've got 19 locked up. The only one that they don't is ham and the internet and the fact that people are educated and they want to lock that one up too.
Let me go back in time. In 2002, 3, 4, it was the raging bull. That was the message board. That was the only thing that was out there. There were 10 of us and hundreds of criminals up there. Any investor that popped up that said anything because they had no knowledge of it, they were tortured to death. Okay? You didn't stand a chance. It took people like us with thick skin to fight back. We fought, but it was just overwhelming. Fast forward to 2023, there's a thing called Twitter, or whatever the hell you want to call it, X, Twitter. Everybody's communicating. Everyone's talking. Everybody understands it. Education. And now see an idiot pop up. Everyone attacks them because you know it. You taught yourself. And now you know what they're about. They stick out like a sore thumb, the criminals. Some of them try to befriend you. They use that approach. They always try to bash it. I always put up the Bashers handbook. They never bash a bad stock. They only bash good stocks that have potential going up. It's number one in the Bashers handbook. It's right there. I posted it, read it. We were using the same information back in 2003.
This gentleman points out BlackRock has a huge presence in heavily shorted stocks. They're famous for lending out stock. And it's no wonder, it's no coincidence they do all the ETFs. Anyway, I added that. Go on.
So back in time, Morgan Stanley had a stake in Overstock. I think they owned 8% or 9% of the company. And you say, why would Morgan Stanley take a stake in Overstock? Well, they controlled the stock loan. It was a big shorted stock. People wanted to borrow the shares. They figured if they bought it, they can control whatever they want in the stock. So when the stock went from 3 to 128, Morgan Stanley was controlling the rates and squeezing the shorts themselves. When the stock dropped, Morgan Stanley never sold the stock. They probably lowered the rates and everyone started borrowing the shares again. The stock went back down. Then Morgan Stanley starts calling in the loans and they drove the stock back up. And then eventually I was laughing because how does Morgan Stanley never sell the stock? Went from 3 to 128. What were they looking for? 129? They were lending the shares out and controlling the price of the stock. That's what they were doing. So that's what BlackRock probably does also.
Yeah, and apparently they're buying up farmland in Ukraine and Poland. Unbelievable. Busy says, take away payment for order flow, dark pool, and market maker exemption. And
well,
then you will
that's the key.
see.
Listen, the whole thing is, stop right there. Busy, you're repeating all the stuff. The most important thing is the market maker exemption because they're flooding the market with shares. Dark pools, all that is bullshit because at the end of the day, they have to settle whatever they do in the dark pools. Okay, if you're buying the stock and someone sells it to me, I don't care if the man on the moon sells me the stock. You have to settle that transaction. The man on the moon has to deliver whatever I purchase. All right, so it doesn't make a difference. So stop picking on dark pools. That's the SEC and all these dumb people talking about it. It's stock settlement. That's all that counts. Dark pools, who gives a shit who sells it to you? What was the other thing you talked about? Payment for order flow? Who cares who pays for your order flow? Settle the trades. All they're doing is confusing you. It comes down to, I buy a stock. You need to send me what I purchased. We need settlement. That's what it is. There's no stock settlement. It's out of control.
Now I see why he calls you dickhead. No, I'm just kidding.
It's okay. Again, you got the wrong guy. That doesn't bother me at all. That's a compliment coming from him. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There used to be several order routing options, this guy's saying, and now it's just Arca or NASDAQ. I don't know about that, but there was a question, and it's I forgot it. That's my brain.
Listen, just out of curiosity, I have no idea where's the stock at. I'm blank.
It's, you got me. Let me look.
The only way to understand the stock is you have to memorize where the stock is, and you get trading patterns from it. So I just lost.
I give you credit for that. You have a great mind for trading patterns.
And that's why Lynn Partners is sending a message. They want me to get away from it because obviously we memorize everything they're doing.
It's why I reacted to that guy asking for your name out here. But I guess maybe I was wrong. But then who knows?
Tell him I use my alias, Joe Blow.
Joe Blow. Joe Blocka Baloney. Let's see. It's for some reason there we go. It is rocking and rolling at 687.67. Wow, that extra 0.0003 that I saved. Awesome.
All right. But just remember, when you see a number like that, that's the shorts shorting it or buying it, whatever they're doing. But that's a short trade. And all you have to say to yourself is, what is that number? And how do I get change from that number? Why does that number even exist in the equity markets? How do I get change? If I pay 6, whatever that number was, How do I pay for that number? What is that number?
They
I
need
don't
to
even
go
know.
back to fractions.
You can't even get change from that number. All that is so that they can get in the way in front of someone who's trying to sell it at 688. That's all it is.
6.8805.
All right.
So you're saying we have a chance?
Listen, people, I apologize. I can't stop the fraud. We can only tell you what's going on. You could see the battle. They don't want it to go through 7, but there's people that are buying it because Wednesday's coming up fast. Wednesday will be a murder day for Lynn Partners. They can sit there and say we're innocent, everything. They better keep shredding. But I can guarantee you that the federal authorities will know their name and will follow the paper trail and the sell tickets.
$693.99.
They will follow the sell tickets. They will follow the money trail. And we all know it's leading back to Madison Avenue. It may go from here to Germany, to Switzerland, to Australia, but the money's coming back to Lynn Partners. They cannot possibly invest in companies, all go to zero, and they're wealthy. The money has to come from somewhere. Who's supplying them with the money? The money trail always catches them. They've been doing this for so long. You know they made mistakes, right? We all make mistakes. I'm trying to hide my girlfriend's phone numbers and my girlfriend's from my wife. So what did she do? She brought home 2 guys to get back at me. She caught me. That's how it works. These guys are hiding money. Eventually, the federal authorities are going to catch them.
$694.99.
All right, you don't have to repeat every second. I really don't care. Doesn't mean anything.
I want you to see the patterns. I want pattern recognition.
Listen, again, people understand if this was Tesla, is the market up and down today? That's another question. I don't know.
Is that a serious question? I have no idea. I think it's down, but I can't prove it. I don't know where to look.
130. The market's down $132. This stock is bucking the trend. Everyone on the street knows it's got a big short in it. Everyone knows now the borrow rate is 230 something percent, whatever it is. The street knows that there's someone in serious trouble here. We've been hearing it from a guy who told people from Goldman Sachs the other day. I told you I got a call from a major guy the other day saying he knew a major guy was buying the stock. The street knows. Okay, and the trading patterns that you're watching entice these people to buy. They're professionals. If this was Tesla, I'd be buying every share I can get because I know it's going through 7. If this was Tesla, I know it's going through because the pattern tells me it's going up. And they know if there's a short here, everyone's going to sit there and say, I'm buying this stock because guess what? There's a short that's fucked and we're going to run his ass over. And that could be coming from someone in Hong Kong or whatever. It doesn't have to come from me. Everybody can see the pattern. Those are the patterns people buy. That was the pattern in GameStop. Everyone knew they had these guys dead and they ran them over.
What's the chance that broker dealers are funding the criminals in order to keep the price suppressed?
The only person that would do that with Jeffrey is just their prime broker, but I don't think they're going to allow it to go on much long. You know, they get to see their margin requirements. They get this, everyone sees the blood red, where they're hiding it, who's allowing them, who's giving them any kind of credit. Everything's contraction everything's shrinking on the street. And these guys are coming up with more money to sell more shares. It can't last too much longer.
The gentleman who informed you about the conference next week, his handle.
Oh, I can't thank him enough.
His name is Roger. Roger.
I can't thank you enough. I told a group of people this morning, friends of mine, I said that, we were sitting here struggling where to put the truck, and he came out with this thing. It was like it was a message sent from God. Like, this is your chance. Go kill him. And that's how I look at it. That Roger came from nowhere. How he found it was just remarkable, and I can't thank him enough because I do think that is the ultimate killer. We have the enforcement people at our disposal, right in our face, walking right past us into the conference, and we will have them We will have the most disgusting signs out there, embarrassing the SEC enforcement agency. And I'm sure there'll be press there looking at what's going on. And I won't tell you about our plan for distribution of the reading material, but it will be ugly.
Busy Brands says he now understands why you want this finger to squeeze. If your wife did that to you. He's just.
Yeah, I have to keep everyone happy. My wife, my girlfriends, everybody, new boyfriends, everything. I got a full house here.
That's true. This guy wants me to put on a suit, but somebody called me a fatty yesterday. I wonder if my suits will still fit. And go to the hotel and hand out, pass them out. Yeah, I think that, but I also think if
you don't have to hand out anything, I want you there to be observant. I want you to be dressed, because I'm sure that someone is going to recognize you from the enforcement side. And I'm sure they're going to have questions for you. And I have people that are going to be handing out the information. And I think that you're going to be surprised at the team I put together. And they're hungry and angry. One gentleman lost $70,000 and is furious.
Well,
and he's coming.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of people lost a lot of money here recently.
So he's coming down on his own dime to join us, okay? And he wants to make sure that when he hands it out, if anyone says anything, he wants to address, and he's going to bring his statements to show how much money he lost through the security fraud, and he wants his money back. That's how you do it, and I appreciate it.
Rogers says that you rock.
Listen, I need Florida State to win this weekend. That's more important. So this is a layup. This is going to happen. I told you, I just need people to give us fresh ideas. William's right there. You can reach out to him, give him some ideas. We're building this slide presentation for the truck. The presentation that we'll be handing out to everyone attending the show will be brutal. We have a barcode that's going to be on the second page that'll list, when they scan their phones on it, it'll list all their crimes, all the companies that they destroyed. On there, and they will have their lovely faces planted all over the truck and on the reading material.
Ham's musical taste is so old, he knew Doris Day before she was a virgin.
Hey, listen, the one thing you can't say about me is that I have good music taste. I do.
Go FSU, someone's saying. Kristen, Kristen, or is it Kirsten, or is it Christina? Kristen Shaughnessy says, is stock settlement important? And she says she's just kidding. After you.
I spoke with her.
She's great.
I have to tell you, I spoke with her for an hour, 2 hours, and I don't know how we were introduced. And since that time, I don't know if it was a year ago, a year and a half ago, she's been nothing but she's just been ripping it up. She understands everything about it, and I can't thank her enough. And she actually is a reporter that wants to report stuff. I mean, she has her own battles,
great.
But she has helped. She's helped us out. I see her quote your interviews all the time.
Oh, I appreciate that, because I don't know how to edit it down to the salient points.
She's got it down to 3 lines, and it's perfect. The rest of it you can kick off. I put a big X on your face, William, and I just read her stuff, because she just broke 8 hours down to 3 lines, which were perfect.
Which are all you.
And she understands the crime inside and out now. And Zero Hedge put it out the other day. It's the biggest crime in U.S. history. I've been saying that line for a long time. It's the counterfeiting of the U.S. equity markets. The Mark Falk and Christina Copeland are actually getting close to going back to edit. You can follow Mark Falk on Twitter. He'll answer the questions. We had Big Lou from Brooklyn recently do his interview. I heard it was outstanding. Okay, other people are going through, and it's just. I have people. I tell them I'm on a conference call, and they keep calling me up. It burns me up. Anyway, we have a list of great people And I don't know anybody else who I can't remember everybody else who's done interviews, but it's been a lot.
One,
I know they're going.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
But just one idea about the truck, but finish up what you were going to say.
I'm just saying I can't thank all the people that have given their time, tell their stories. And I'm sure everyone, I think Kristen, she did it. I can't remember if she did it, but everyone tells the story in their own words. I'm not giving you a script. I always tell you, call the SEC up, tell them in your words, tell them whatever you want to tell them. You know, you don't like being robbed, go call the SEC up, call the department, call whoever you like. Tell them your story. I don't want it in my words. Tell it in your words. I say that all the time. You don't have to buy a share. You don't have to do anything, but you better educate yourself because they will get you. I'm sorry.
When you have the slides rolling, this gentleman says maybe you should make the transition a little bit longer in order that the message sinks in. I don't know how to do all that. Leave it up to somebody else. But
yeah, we'll let the truck. I don't know how to do it either. So, well, I'll tell the truck driver to do that. So,
Busy Brands just donated enough money so you can buy some Viagra.
Thanks a lot. Who told you?
It should be that other drug that helps sprout hair where it doesn't exist.
I get that from, it's a chia pet. I get that cream I put it on my head. Hey, I'm the best member of my family. I held on the longest, so.
Yeah.
Listen, it doesn't make a difference. And where is the stock at? And I'll let you guys all go because
690, 807 volume, although the volume might be delayed a bit, but 690.
Okay, so again, where are they going? The stock is here. The borrow rate's through the roof. Okay, I could see these idiots trying to sell it to themselves at 690, and then they run back and say, "Hey, I just bought 20,000 shares here," you know, and then they try to borrow it again to whack it out again. Do you understand what they do?
Yeah,
that's how crazy they are. So they don't have to pay that borrow rate. That's why they try to return the shares.
Well, how long do they have to return them?
You know, I don't know.
They can sell long wrong, and then cover their naked, the borrow, and then I don't know.
That's why the shares keep popping up. Oh, there's another 20,000 shares. So what they do in the morning, they go out there, they sell 20,000 naked. They sell it as a long sale, and it basically, if they sell it as a long sale, they buy it. Say, I bought 20,000 shares, I'm returning it. So they take that fee, so I don't have to keep paying that fee, right? But now they have that 20,000 shares in the system that they just created, and it's a long sale. And the time they catch up and figure it out that it's a long sale that doesn't have delivery, could be a few days. That's what they're doing.
Maybe
they use it every trick they can to try to buy time, sell more shares, you name it.
Maybe this guy, Mike, says maybe we should do at least one good cop slide on the truck that just says, SEC, can you please look into the finger situation?
Yeah, we said that 11 times ago. We actually put a truck up at Christmas, was thanking the SEC that we were the naked shorts. We want to thank them for covering for us.
That's a good idea. This guy says, why don't we share the handouts on Twitter so that everybody can share them all day?
We will have the slide presentation. I don't think I want to have the handouts in there because I want that to be a surprise for our friends.
Okay.
The truck slides are going to be different because it's a billboard and it's visual, but the reading material is going to be brutal. We're going to outline everything. And the best part, to thank you, Roger, we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to prepare for Wednesday. Gave us a lot of time. And I can't thank, that was the most important thing that Roger gave us with the heads up, is that we have time to prepare. We have time to talk about it. We have time to design and come up with the best ideas instead of just shooting from the hip like we normally do because we have to hurry up. But now we have time to go, we can actually go through this whole thing.
Wow, listen to this. I find this hard to believe, but this person's truthful. My point is, I find it hard to believe. Ring the Bell loaned out 100 shares of stock on Webull, and it created 30,000 shares to loan. It wasn't right now, and I'm like, wow. So it really is true.
So basically, the SEC said they're going after what? Stock loan. I told you, stock loan is all fraud. It's unregulated. They make up anything they like. All right. If someone's going to pay 230%, and a stock loan guy can make 230%, of course they're going to make up shares. Oh, we got more shares. Who's checking? There's no one checking. They keep jacking up the rates because they know the short seller has to keep buying them, borrowing them. The short's going to lose $1 in 5 days of borrowing shares. They're so desperate, they're doing anything to hold it below 7. Hold it below 7. The ship is going to sink. If this thing breaks 7.25, I think you'll be screaming towards 8. Once it breaks 8.25, it'll scream towards 9. 9.25 breaks it to 10, and then so on and so forth. That's what I see happening. That's how important today's battle is. But it doesn't make a difference because Wednesday, they're going to get roasted alive. That's 2 more days after today. And no one can stop that we're going down the tracks. The conference is there. Everyone's going to be there. It's going to be star-studded. The attorney, Mark Bazile, is going to be there. I gave him all the information he wants to attend. And that's 2 attorneys we have in there that'll be in there understanding and reaching out to people in law enforcement to help us out. There you go. And he represents finger motion. Now, what do you want to do? So it's not, Lynn Partners has to figure out now, hey, it's not this crazy guy and William and all these other people. The lawyers are going in here now. They want a piece of the pie. They're going after them now. And we have proof, 2 fraudulent reports, right? We got settlement, unsettled trades. We have stock loan going through the roof. We have the rates are off the chart. That's how you can tell there's a short in the stock. Ta-da! Without counting up everybody. If anybody wants to count up anybody, go start a website and let me know how you're doing.
690.
Well, listen, everyone, I have an appointment at 12:30, and I wish everybody the best of luck. But again, the time has run out on these characters. Everybody on the street knows, all right? And people just keep accumulating it. Listen, you don't have to buy 1 million shares at a clip. People buy 3,000, 2,000, 8,000. Keep taking it from them. So if they let out another 30,000 fake shares, that'll be eaten up soon. And then what do? That's 30 more thousand shares they have to buy. Remember, people ask, where are the whales? The whale is Lynn Partners' friends. They're short 200 million shares and 3 million shares that they borrowed. That is a big buyer, my friends. We don't need some million. We have someone buying 203 million shares at the market. All right, and they trapped themselves. They did it to themselves. They created security fraud, and now they have to pay for it. All right?
689.
So as long as I stay on, we lost a penny. No big deal. All right, everyone. Listen, have a great day, and hopefully at the end of the day, I'll see you at $10 or $12. All right?
Ham. Thanks.
Thanks.
Call ended.
To the gentleman before that who was asking Ham's name, you were talking about MULN, asking about MULN. Obviously, I misunderstood your what you were intending, but Ham already talked to that CEO, and so I don't think there's anything he can do to benefit the situation. Except I wanted to tell you, and this applies to a lot of stocks, what you could do with MULN is basically one of 2 things. You could, in November, from now till November, you could sell your entire position, establish your loss, and in 31 days buy it back. Because I think there will be tax loss selling in December, particularly at the end of the month. You know, tax advisors, everybody's going to say, where can I get my losses to offset gains? So one way to do it is sell MULN now and be ready to buy it 31 days or later from now, maybe cheaper, maybe at the same price, but you establish your tax loss. And I think you said you were down $100,000. If you have gains elsewhere, or if you have gains in the future, you could use that $100,000 loss. If you have no other gains, I don't know why Congress hasn't changed this, but you can deduct $3,000 of that loss off your income. I think it's off your income. I don't think it's off your tax obligation. It's off your income, but check with an accountant or just Google it. But you can use 3,000 of that loss every year against your income. The other way to do it, which is the way I think I would do it if I had the scratch, you could double your position in MULN right now. Buy now the entire position, or at some point, I'm just giving you an example, the entire position. So you have double the number of shares. And then in 31 days, sell your original position to establish the gain. That would allow you, to never be out of the stock in case you think it's going to go up. My own opinion is MULN has a great concept. I think the electric vehicle market has been hyped, just like any other situation. Nothing's coming to my head, but there's plenty of examples in the past where a new technology or a new idea gets everyone buying and there's competition. That's the first wave. Then the collapse comes. Then the hedge funds come and cram everybody down. And I think at MULN, people are going to be crammed down to fix it. It's already been crammed down by the criminals, but it's going to be crammed down more. What Jeffrey Lind at Lind Partners does is criminal. He can talk to CEOs and say, hey, it wasn't me. I'm a good guy. I bought your lunch the other day. But what Jeffrey Easton does at Lind Partners is criminal, in my judgment. The case of some opportunity fund versus CIB Oppenheimer, the judge ruled that the broker-dealer is responsible for their client's actions. Well, Jeffrey Easton is a non-registered securities dealer, in my judgment, but he's supposedly syndicating the deals to clients. So he's not doing it. Hey, I just provided the heroin to the drug dealers. I'm not responsible for the people shooting up and dying. It's business. I'm a good guy. Help me out here, Mr. CEO. Call the big clients. Have them talk to him. I'm not doing it. I'm innocent here. Hey, get off of me. I'm innocent. 20 companies, rough guess, that he finances at the Lind Partners. I've done that before. But let's just do it again. Doesn't take long to do. Here's the Lind Partners website. And you click here. And it says, about Lind Partners. At Lind, we understand the challenges faced by management teams of growing companies. So let us come in and help destroy and make it more difficult. By upholding our mission to be a responsible investor and a reliable financial partner, we have built a reputation as a leading provider of growth capital to small and mid-cap sector. I thought he said he syndicated it, and one of them might be short selling. The Lind Partners is an institutional fund manager. Wow. And leading provider of growth capital to small and mid-cap companies publicly traded in the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Lind targets high growth sectors such as technology, biotech, clean tech, mining, and oil and gas. Founded in 2011, Lind has a multifaceted investment strategy, direct investments. He's got the colon there. Direct investments of new capital, 4 to 15 million initial investments, participation in syndicated equity placements, and on-market trades. Lind has completed over 70 direct investments for more than 850 million in total value and has established a reputation as a flexible and supportive capital partner to investee companies. All I can say is good luck. Here's Jeffrey Easton. Jeffrey Easton is the founder and managing director of the Lind Partners. He has over 15 years of experience in funds management business. In 2009, Jeff co-founded Springtree Global Investors, a New York-based institutional investor firm. I wonder how many companies they destroyed. He has since been instrumental in developing and implementing an institutional investment platform that has made investments across a range of industries, including biotechnology, healthcare, oil and gas, coal, and other natural resources. From evidence, every single stock he invests in gets destroyed by 95% of their market cap. Prior to Springtree, Jeff was the founding member of Broad Street Capital, a boutique hedge fund designed to take advantage of companies. Designed to take advantage of market volatility while investing in small capitalization companies. So this guy knows what he's doing. He knows that the deals he does destroys companies, and he's crying, "It's not me. I'm a good guy. Look at me. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy." While there, he also financed, mentored, and directed his own successful trading group. Jeff is an active angel. An active angel investor in several successful ventures, including Aximona and Kickstarter, and has been featured in several media publications, including a cover story in the Wall Street Journal. He graduated Syracuse University in 1995 with a Bachelor of Science degree in how to screw companies in finance. I added that bit. Their advisory team, they've lost the Australian. He's gone. Okay, philosophy, and approach. At Lind, we have an entrepreneurial culture that embraces and encourages creativity while preserving our core values of integrity and disciplined investing. We strive to work with and invest in dedicated, competent, and passionate management teams who have the potential of achieving significant milestones and creating value for all shareholders. Lind's investment team focuses on a broad range of industry. We want to keep going until there's no company left to steal from, including natural resources, bulk commodities, precious metals, and oil and gas, biotechnology, sustainable and alternative energy, and other growth sectors. Count on us to kneecap your growth and destroy your market cap. And we're so good at it, we'll schmooze you. After it's done, we'll blame it on our customers, and we're going to be still there to help you if you remain as CEO and you buy our bullshit. Our investment strategy, as well as our ability to assist companies in growing and creating value, are built around our disciplined focus on fundamental and qualitative factors combined with sound portfolio management practices. Sell, 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 sell. Bomb, 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 dive, dive, dive. Sell, sell, sell. If it goes up, call all our friends, get a report out that, and sell, sell, sell. That's the discipline. The success of Lind's institutional investment platform, just a front to send toxic convertible notes to short-selling hedge funds, and they get a bounty, I'm sure. The success of Lind's institutional investment platform to date is a reflection of our commitment to responsible investing for ourselves, our investors, and our investee companies. I wonder if those dozens of companies they've destroyed feel that way. I know one CEO who still feels that somehow Jeff Easton's gotten a raw deal. It's amazing. The human psyche, we fool ourselves. And the smarter we are, the more we fool ourselves. Philip Vallier. Philip Vallier is a partner and managing director at the Lind Partners since inception. He has over 25 years of asset management and investment banking experience. Prior to Lind, he was an executive vice president at Springtree Global Investors, an institutional investment firm that preceded Lind. From 2003 to 2009, he was vice president at a New York hedge fund, which he helped grow from 100 million to 2.2 billion assets under management at its peak. During his tenure, he led the oil and gas group and invested more than 500 million into growth-oriented companies in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, utilizing equity, convertibles, mezzanine, and senior debt. From 1997 to 2003, Philippe was an investment banker at Benedetto, Gartland & Co., a New York boutique investment bank founded in 1988 by former Kidder Peabody senior executives, where he executed companies. No, it doesn't say that. Where he executed merger and acquisition, strategic advisory, restructuring, and private capital fundraising on behalf of middle market and Fortune 500 companies. Philippe earned his BS in business administration with a concentration in finance from the University of New Hampshire in 1995 and has professional continuing education certificates in mining economics and petroleum engineering. Well, I guess that'll be it. I wanted to read about Hai Lee Kim to you, but there she is. These two, I think their parents must be shocked. Hai Lee Kim is the chief financial officer at Lind Partners. She began her career at Lind in 2013 as an analyst working under the chief operating officer. Prior to that, she worked at Simone Development Hutch Management LLC, a real estate development company, as an accounting assistant to the controller. At Lind, she is responsible for the financial reporting of the firm and all treasury functions. I hope she has clean hands. She also manages the firm's operations for all aspects of the business, as well as oversees trading operations. That's pretty scary. That's where the bad boys come out to play, and investor communications. Hai Lee graduated from New York University with a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics, and she speaks Korean. All right, one more, and then we'll go. Sam Chun. Sam Chun is Chief Operating Officer at Lind Partners. Prior to Lind, she was investment analyst at Springtree Global Investors. I wonder how many companies Springtree Global destroyed. LLC, a New York-based institutional investment firm. Prior to that, she held internship positions at S Network Global Indexes, a New York-based developer of proprietary and custom indexes, and the Good Bankers, a Tokyo-based independent investment advisory firm with a focus on socially responsible investments, like destroying every company that the Lind Partners organizes financing for. And when I say every, maybe there's one or two that escaped the scythe of the hangman. Ms. Chun is a CFA charter holder and received a BS in Finance and Statistics with a minor in East Asian Studies from New York University Stern School of Business. As part of undergraduate studies, she attended Peking University in Beijing, China, and by University of Finance and Economics in Dalian, China. She speaks fluent Korean along with intermediate Japanese and Mandarin Chinese. That's your lineup for Lin Partners. And just remember, they're not killing companies. It might be one of their customers. Thanks, Wall Street Ponzi. Game time. I bet you get that whole table with the rope around it and the Red Bull and vodka and all of the VIP service. Someday I'll come sit with you. Okay, there was another gentleman, I think it was Mr. Petchke. Let me go, well, so far to go back, but I think it was Mr. Petchke that said he wanted to get out of the markets. And I've been giving it a lot of thought because the shorts have won for 3-4 months in a row. And this suppression of price, some people say, hey, it's normal, fingers shouldn't be up. I mean, look at the company. It's China. It's a bad place to be. It's which is the single largest and growing economy in the world. Now China, bad place. There's no way they're shorting the stock. Lin Partners only has 30 million under management. They couldn't be doing it. You got it all wrong. There's systems in place. It's not happening. Well, maybe check the FOMO, the Nobo list. Check the Nobo list. You'll find there's not that short. I just wonder if the shorts are using LLCs at various institutions, would they check the Nobo exemption? I'm not sure. But regardless, the way we could get rid of all this debate, the SEC should enforce these rules. They should enforce these rules, which means you cannot sell stock before you locate it. Well, they're a good client. They give so much business. They take care of it. That's still against the law. Officer, I had that pot in my pocket. I just was wearing my brother's jacket. I was going to give it back to him. 3 strikes, you're out. Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, 3 strikes. You got brown skin. You're caught with some drugs for the 3rd time. You're out. 20 years mandatory. You're Jeff Easton. Well, it was inadvertent. Oh, sure, it happened 20 times. But our lawyers said we were following it, and the CEO signed off, and we just syndicated it to we didn't know what they're doing. Well, I think it's the district court in New York is catching on to that falsehood. You collect money, you live a life few of these people watching this could live. And you state in your bio how genius you are and all your experience, and you don't know what's in the documents you're having your clients, your corporate clients sign, and you don't know who your clients are. That's the number 1 rule. You don't know your clients and their pattern of behavior, and you're never even curious that every stock you do goes down by the size of their market cap. And then when finger comes to buy back their note and pay the penalties and pay the interest, you object? Why? Because you're short. Anyway, we have to stop believing people just because they have white skin, they went to a nice school, they're very presentable, they know how to shake your hand and smile, and they live on Madison Avenue, and they pretend that they can provide capital to you, CEOs. It's all pretend. They sell your stock, and if it's not Jeff Easton entering the ticket, it's his companies, his clients behind him. They say, oh, there's the volume. There's it. Okay, sure. Sign that company up. And they start selling the stock before the signature even hits the page. And then when it comes time to fund the company, they're just giving the company its own money. The way to solve that problem, don't make the over-the-counter markets orphan anymore. Stop orphaning the over-the-counter markets. If you're a broker dealer, you have to trade in stocks under $5. If you're short selling, legal or illegal, or selling long without location, without delivery, you can only sell on the uptick. Only sell on the uptick. No high speed frequency trading in market caps under $1 billion. Why do you need it? No selling of stock in market caps under $1 billion without locating the shares first. Hard and fast. We have to have our cash in the account. Many times we have to wait for our cash to settle before we can buy. What? You're so special you have to be able to sell without having the stock in the account? Make it illegal for CEOs to sign toxic, convertible, tranche, formula, death spiral notes. Put it so the CEOs go to jail. The SEC and FINRA will go after CEOs. They don't go after banksters, but they'll go after the CEOs. Do that. FINRA provides the fail to locate data every day on trading. Have FINRA provide and Wall Street provide the offsetting delivery, the covering, full transparency. Make it a requirement before you sell that you have to locate shares. Locate shares. Locate before you sell. Not afterward, even if it's intraday. That's what that company that funded Logic did. They would sell without owning the stock, but they'd cover by the end of the day. That's illegal, but they do it over and over and over again. Hey, officer, I was just wearing my brother's jacket. That bag's not mine. When I got home, I was going to hang it on the rack. It wasn't mine. Nope, you're caught. Third time.
If that's the case, I'm down. You know what I mean? All good. Is that really the case though? Like, when Hammond's not there, then we peace out. Is that what we're doing? Just tokenizing everything and put it on a blockchain, dude. I mean, I'm not sure that well, that would be the best way to keep track of things, right? He does. What's up, Dan? Look at it go, man. Look at it go. If William ran for judge, I will vote twice for him. He'd send every short to the hot seat. Big JR, what is up, man? Good to see you here, brother. Double X keeping it real, man. Big JR. So what's the good word, man? What are you telling me? I don't know if you caught last night's video, the thread of analysis, but it worked out, man. The play worked out pretty nicely. Hold on, let me stop that chirping thing back there. Hold on. All right. Well, let's see. Double X, you're not holding back, I bet, dude. Oh my goodness, man. And Batter, what's up, man? Arca, are we breaking 7 after lunch? Dude, Big JR. Look at what Big JR said. He says, what happens when a trader takes Viagra? He shows his girl the enhanced MACD. Ah, dude. Hold on just a sec. Hold on. Okay. I need to screenshot that, dude. That is super freaking funny. Oh my goodness, man. All right, so, dude. Hold on. I need to zoom my... It's the other window. Okay. Okay, now I shall... Dude, I'm going to straight post that later, bro. It's going to be a tribute to you. Wait, actually, how can I do this? Come on. Oh, dude, look at that. Oh, that is so funny, bro. Dude, no, don't time out Big JR, bro. Dude. Yours to use as you like, right? Oh, team, look at that. We're at 696 FNGR, so we're at 944. So can we break it, right? The ultimate question here is, are we going to break it after lunch? We already freaking did once, right? 708 top side, right up here. So if we're going to come back to this after lunch, dude, I'd say sure. But we have a shot at a 708 again. But the thing is I don't think I'm worried about the breaking of the target. I want to maintain it. So maybe there is a shot at it. But this was my top side today. This was yesterday's analysis, you know. And this was why I was saying that I titled it "In the Money Options" because you know, going up to 696, it's putting you so close to the $7 zone. And here's another thing too, brother. Check this out. It's getting a little critical here. So, damn. All right, I gotta say it. It's just you know how we talk about the SPY plays, right? We always talk about this. We always say, okay, if we close upside of this thing, whatever at in whatever minutes here, specifically this one, right? Closing this candle upside of the bottom band here, that would potentially introduce a complete correction, right? To maybe the top side of 425.01 to maybe even 425.33, right? So given that the candle closes inside, so if we go to FNGR, right, and we notice the linear regression on the hourly time frame, let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands, right? I'm going to get rid of the volatility bands, and if also we just get rid of the drawings here, notice where we are. This is $7 right here, the 699 zone. So that means that if we close this candle beneath 699, then this can pivot back down to 673 or 674. And then we would have to ride again. And then we would have to see if we can recover that price back into, well, it would be probably power hour, as everybody's going to get super nervous and they're going to get really anxious to see their options contracts expire in the money. So there may be, it's very difficult to forecast this, but there may be a panic buy or either a panic sell. And that's, I can't tell you, but upon the confirmation of another candle closure upside of 674, sure, there is another shot at us getting that top side again. So if we were to look at this, say by 1 p.m. Pacific time, which would be the 4 p.m., the ending of the, the end of the session itself, that would take us to 701. Now, let's just say that it closed at 7:01 and no one did anything about those options contracts. That is also something hard to predict, like what it's gonna do, right? Because if you have settled cash in your brokerage, and the options contract that you have, the $7 strike, expires in the money, that contract will, unless you set it, unless you tell your broker not to do this specifically, but not everyone knows to do that, your broker will automatically exercise that options contract, and you would be then charged $7 per share of each contract that you left in there to expire in the money. So inversely, if you have $5 strikes, that means that you're going to close in the money, even if we went to $7. So sitting at $7, you would then have the right, and it would be automatically executed to where you would buy 100 shares per contract at $5 each at market close. So that's and given that you have enough settled cash, right? But then other than that, if you don't, then you're probably just not going to get any credit for it at all. Is this the day to have in the money calls turned out in shares, putting pressure to deliver shares? Yes, this would be the day. But I mean, the thing is that it's very rare to exercise calls in the first place. Your broker will do it if they expire in the money. If you do nothing to your options contract and this thing closes at 7:01 and you have a $7 strike, it's automatically going to pull it out of your account unless you say to not pull it out of your account. So it'll exercise the shares out of the options contract at your strike price. So whoever has $3 strikes, $4 strikes expiring today, they're going to expire in the money. And if they just leave them in the money, they'll likely get exercised in their account, and they'll have the right to 100 shares per contract at a $3 strike. So it'll buy all of those shares at $3 each. And then your cost basis would be massive. It would be awesome. But it's very rare for people to exercise calls. And to be honest, if I had a $7 strike, I probably wouldn't exercise until it's freaking 15 or 20. That's when it really gets lucrative. But not like from 6 to 7, or let alone $7. Right? Yeah, Cryptic is right. No one will do that. Right. So yeah, I've actually never exercised a call either, right? So check this out. You see how it just bounced? That bounced to $7 right now. It's at $6.99. 9 minutes and 45 seconds to close. This is critical here. If we close this candle upside of that $6.99, we have a clean shot at a potential $7.26 by market close. It's not enough to force a gamma squeeze. We would need to hold $7.25. We would need to hold $7.25 for a bit in order for gamma to start ramping here. And I don't think we have enough time. But it would be very cool. Sell to close is what we want to do. Well, if you don't have the settled money in there and you have $7 strikes, you want to get rid of those options contracts, or else you're not going to get anything, brother. Make sure to sell. Not financial advice. 7:01, 8 minutes 59 seconds, looking pretty good, team. So this is already breaking the focus, right? I spoke about it in William's chat when people were asking me. They were asking me, Arca, what's the top side here? I said 708 to 726. This is where things get real. But the condition here is very very plain and simple, right? Linear band close, 699 or above, bullish. 699 or below, 673 is next. Right, so it's looking good. We still have these 8 minutes to go. I'm feeling like something is about to happen here, right? So in this case, I'm not gonna lie. I almost feel like I can long some calls here at the close of this above 699. That could be a volatility play. Closing this thing above 699 would enter volatility, and these like next day expiries. Even I don't think we have access to same day on FNGR. Let me see. This could be a you know, a move twice as powerful than what the SPY does, only because of the options expiry day, right? So you use the psychology to your benefit, but it also requires, you know, some wiggling around. It does require some you know what I mean. It some agility here, right? So it's a dangerous trade, and we're coming up to the end of lunch. That's why the 7 minutes and 23 seconds. It has the power. We just really want to close upside of that 699. I'm hoping you have to go and do overtime, brother. Dude, me too. That would be cool. Hey, Bob, how's it going? Good to see you here. Sell to open, meaning that you have more than 100 shares of the underlying, and you can package them into an options contract that you can sell. Right, so instead of buying a contract, you can also sell, but you need at least 100 shares of the underlying, because every options contract consists of 100 shares enclosed. Let's oh, right, sorry, I was gonna check out the options chain here, and yeah, we have zero DTEs. We have zero DTEs on FNGR. Damn. Oh my goodness. I almost this is like a real life decision here to make, right? So either we can play the SPY the right way, or we play FNGR on this short-term scalp, right? So Cryptic, what do you feel, bro? This is highly competitive. Those zero DTEs are very crappy, by the way. I mean, you see them? But like, yeah, 1,007s and sell them on a bump, dude. Massive gain, massive gain. I mean, but look at them; they're worth nothing right now. You're let's say for example, right? Puts, because this would introduce 673 if it closes beneath 699 in 5 minutes, right? So if that were the case, the bid and ask is 0.00 to 0.05. Oh my good. Well, as long as volatility is present, Aiden, options contracts are highly dependent on volatility. So if you buy calls here at like 672 and you're going to the upside, but if you're going up slowly, you can be losing money even though you're betting the upside. Yeah, I would say 620. I would say actually, from my personal experience, I would say 725 to around 750. Sure. To really get that, you know, to really start making damage at least. So currently sitting at 693, man. In 4 minutes left. Yeah, this is going to be a crucial decision here. And the SPY hourly time frame, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. We have actually the potential to make a long play here. But there's also the possibility of a short-term, I mean, very, very tiny pullback to load. And if that is the case, then it could be at 423.38. Kitties never die. That sounds pretty good. And there's always a bounce back, right? There's always a retest of a support. 3 minutes and 22 seconds left. Let me pull this up on the on this side. Let's see. Let me get the regular candles up. Okay, 423.80. Let me see the 5-minute time frame. And let me get up some moving averages here. Oh, okay. All right, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. It would be highly ideal to close this 5 minute above the SMA 50 at 423.85. I hate that we have, this is a little tricky though, because we have the EMA 7 and the EMA 9 right above on the 4-hour time frame, on the 1-hour time frame. But this 5-minute time frame indicates that it could actually move to the upside pretty aggressively here. Specifically to maybe 424.74. So that is a range of resistance. 424.74, 424.73 or whatever that is, right, to 424.60. It needs to close above 422.77. We're currently at 423.96. It's going to be a little tricky here because we definitely have resistances leading up to that take profit. 424.17 to 424.73. Yeah, and I'm thinking that it could, in 1 minute and 30 seconds, this is actually, I think it could pull back here to 423.97. It's already trying to reach that damn target. Look at that thing. Yeah, that would be 0 DTE call options, and it would particularly be the 7 strikes. I'm sorry, 7 strikes. Sorry, hold on just a sec. Let me pull up that chain one more time. Make sure that I'm called 425. Bro, he always front running everybody, bro. Nice. Let's see, there's 35 seconds left. I honestly feel like it could pull back just a little bit here. And I think we could get that 423.97. But I mean, always, right? Practice discretion. 19 seconds left. It may have a shot here. It may have a shot to combat these moving averages and make its way up to 425.45. So I'm going to get these things ready. 425, 0 DTEs. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's coming down, right? Let's see if we can catch that little bit of a bottom side here. Maybe down to about 423.99 along that. See if it can actually do it. Okie dokie. Where is it bouncing from? Okay. Let's see if it can catch it all the way to the bottom side. It could be ever so slightly too at 423.98. Just to be clear, I am from my entire position. I'm in a quarter position, and that it would suck if it went up from here because then I wouldn't make the gain that I want. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and open up a larger position right over here. This is the pullback that we wanted. 424 around 423.98. This is a potential area here. All right. Got it. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, it could be fluctuating around here. The SMA 50 could do the rest of the position entry right at there, 423.83. And then that would be the finalization of the entire entry. So let me go ahead and put here. below the SMA 10, that could be okay. Yeah, it actually could possibly do it here, just under it too, right? Okay. Nice. And let me do this here too. Yeah, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Okay, it's respecting the support so far. Now let's see if we can make the complete reversion from here. Oh, nice, Cryptic. You're all out. Good deal, brother. Good deal, brother. Natural resistance, right from the same support that we were facing right up here. But of course, that you know how that goes. Those are just temporary, and then we break out of it and we come back to it and test it, and then you know how the story goes. You're back in, brother. Nice. This could be a pretty nice entry. This the SMA 50 on a 5-minute. All right, it's pretty strong. So let's see if we can actually get it. I'm in the negative here. Potential SMA 10 to maybe this wick at 423.63 supports. Yeah, call options. And using the 425 strikes. And yeah, I have my stop loss set just under the SMA 10. I think I may be able to keep it here. So eyeball this, guys. There's a lot of volatility right now. 425s, yes. 0 DTE, and like this is around where I entered, like literally right here. SMA 10. Oh, I see. Hold on. Let me look at my stop. Okay, I'm going to adjust my stop ever so slightly here. I want to go under this candle here, just so slightly. Not for I don't really believe in stop loss hunting, right? But in this case, I'm just using that because of the SMA 14 here on the 5-minute. It's just I feel like we're going to just get that bounce here. And you know, to get that tightness, I'm not exactly sure where that's going to be, but you know, in relation to that, I want to make sure that I have at least enough space to finally just recover here and get the upside. All right, SMA 50 is serving as resistance. Let's see if we can combat it. SMA 10 support coming up. My goodness. Guys, I have a 50% stop out right down here. If it reaches it, that is. Where is it going to? Oof, this could bounce right at my stop. Keep a close eye, keep a close eye. We have this bounce from the RSI right here. A little bit of downside pressure because it's the gravitational zone, right? Ugh. Don't get me. Nice. Don't get me. I will re-long this. Position at a better entry if I do get stopped out here. There's going to be a 50% stop out. Come on, man. Ugh. Okay, 50% out. Let me go ahead and look at my orders. Just a sec, team. EMA 21 could serve. Okay, let me get the closure of this 5-minute upside of the EMA 21. I will re-enter position here. But I still have exposure. 50% exposure still in. My goodness. My brother. Oh, yeah, SMA 10 on the 10 minute, serving as that support. 2 minutes and 33 seconds left. This could be the closure that we need. Let's see if it can, but that's really deep here. Did you guys hear that? That computer sound? Oh, okay, good. I just want to make sure that you are hearing these things. But it wasn't too loud, right? One minute, 50 seconds left. I see how, right. So the hourly time frame is right inside of this junction here, which is pretty much the SMA 10. I knew it wasn't my PC. Let's see if we can catch it. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to set a manual stop here, team. I will not lose any more than potentially fucking sour trade here, man. Not always does it happen, but they do. Batter 696 pressure cooker building up. Nice, it's going up. $46 seconds, 45 seconds left. Really need to reclaim that SMA 10. And I still have not entered the other 50%. Just full disclosure here, right? We need that confirmation close. The SMA 10 is located at about 423.24. It closed beneath it. We may use that SMA 10 as resistance. Careful, team. At this resistance here, team, I'm going to remove another 20% from my position. I'm removing it right now, okay? I want to remove risk at these resistances. Okay, I'm out that 20%. I only have 30% exposure now. It feels like this is going to flip bearish, and it's going to come back down to instantly flipped over. Potential support at 422.59. Interesting catch there. Look at what this thing's doing. EMA 7, EMA 9 resistance. Ah, don't you dud me like this, damn it. I can remove, yeah, I would be able to remove more position here if we can reach that EMA 21. At that point, not sure if it's actually just going to reverse entirely. You're out, brother? Good. As long as we're not over leveraging ourselves, that's okay. So the EMA 21, I think I may be able to do another 10% out, 15% actually. I want to leave only 15% position. Head and shoulders on HUBC on the 15 minute. Check your momentum. Batter saying Arca 3-minute triangle since market open. It's about to reach the apex on a 3-minute. Sorry, which ticker, Batter? Like I said, team, I'm going to remove 15% at 423.61. Batter, what ticker are you talking about, my brother? Oh, FNG is on a 3-minute. Let's see. Yeah, so if we can review the dud play, let's think about this critically, right? So execution could have been too fast, right? So we have the break of the bottom side support of the linear regression bands. We resisted from the EMA 7, and as you can see here, both of these, the 3 of these candles are they're touching the inside, the outsides of the linear regression bands, meaning that we never officially came down to test it and have a clean close within the inside of this. So that could be a reason. The fact that we, reclaimed the inside and never came back to test that one time and continued. That could be one of the conditions. I will review this later on too for myself, right? I'll go back and I'll likely listen to this recording and I'll try to remember where my psychology was. I'll try to remember where how the play started, and then I'll make my notes and then adjust as I always just try to track myself and see if I was overly bullish or overly bearish. What was the reason behind. So I'm literally right now I'm focused in on around a bunch of things like my son. Am I noticing that he's awake? Could he have been a distraction? Could the stream have been a distraction? Was the execution just not fast enough? Did I wait too long? Lots of things could. You were slow. Yeah. See, so Cryptic he's thinking timing could have been the problem here. Several things could have been the problem. And that's the reason why you're trying to front run it. Dude, that's very, it is aggressive. I must admit, it's aggressive to front run a play because at any second it can just reverse. I was following the buddy right now, right, dude? That was the buddy system coming through. You don't let that bleed onto me. Okay, so 3 minutes and 52 seconds left to reclaim the inside of this SMA 10. That could be a okay thing, and that would probably lead me to be able to recover here up to that EMA 21. And who knows if that in the 10-minute closure will adjust ever so slightly higher. We had that guy on speed dial, right? Let me go ahead and put here. This is going to be the 15% out for only 15% exposure. Okay. And let's just say in 3 minutes, this thing closes upside of the EMA 21. That'd be great. So I literally just recovered my losses. What the hell? Nice. Good deal. Dude. I'm not joking. I just recovered the losses. That was not in the plan. There's no way that just happens like that. That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. That volatility run was stupid. How does that happen? Oh man. Only in highly liquid assets. Okay, FNGR is beating that. That's cool, man. That's awesome. What more can we ask for? I'm sorry. I'm over here just tripping, dude. Then I just went from red to green. Oh my goodness. With only a minimal exposure, that just shows you how freaking real volatility is. Guys, I'm literally up like 10% from the losses. Oh my goodness. That's funny. You trying to cut the yeah. So this is why I was trying to scale out, because I still had some conviction for an upside, right? I'm not gonna just remove entire exposure here, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I did not plan for this thing to have this kind of bullish action. There's no way I would have ever been able to tell, right? But I'm sorry, but yeah, it just like right now I'm sitting at, from the losses, I'm sitting at about 1.74% up, like literally recovered it all. Univest is, they're trying to push it in the money? No way. That would be cool. That would be awesome. I'm not going to lie, man. Okay, so this thing is coming up to our original targets. That, I mean, it is a strong possibility that it can get it, right? There we go. I will exit the position at 424.69 if I can get it. There we go. Out with a 15% gainer. So, damn. That's really curious the way that happened. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. That was a really weird one, team. I'm not gonna lie. I really hate that we experienced that like that. But maybe we can try to scale out the positions even so, right? So that we can have a potential chance to recover any losses like that. But I will tell you that had nothing to do with skill. That was very much a gamble shot, and it definitely benefited me in some way. But I have to tell you that type of out of control trading, I don't like to do that. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of playing it that way. But the play essentially, literally held out the way we said, except that we had that initial downside to it. It was just curious the way that happened. But still, oh, damn! I'm sorry. That was 17%. Wow. Okay, well, damn. Cryptic, what's your position, brother? What you looking at? Oh, right, FNGR, right? We got to take a look at it. What's it doing? We were just talking about entry on FNGR for long calls, right? Look at this, team, 710. This is the break that I'm talking about, right? We have the 708 succession, and we can make our way to that 720. At this case, I'm going to adjust it to 723, right? So there's a potential to reaching 723, but I'll give you a range. You went out at what, brother? Dude, I don't even think our buddy was able to play it like I did, though, dude. I straight up still gained. Super lucky shot. You went break even? What a waste of trade, bro. I'm sorry about that. Gonna go back into this trade. I'm gonna evaluate exactly what happened, and like I always do, right? Every single mistake that happens, whether it's I still have to revise it or review it, because I don't like that we lost control, or I did, right? So that's not the best way to practice this. We we trade upon confirmations. It's very simple, you know. So I have to see. Was it too early of a pull? Was it too A, 2B, 2C, whatever? What was it? 713 EO. Let's see. Let's take a look at that 713. Yeah, yep, that's right where I'm at. I have a resistance located at 714. Right up here, right? So I'm thinking that could be a zone. I'm with you. I'm with you. Right. So and so the condition here was to close upside of 673, right, for this hourly candle, and this would introduce the continuation to the upside. Now, the fact that we got that closure of the hourly candle here, we need to take a look at this. We need to take a look at the next hourly closure in 36 minutes, right? So this one here, closing above 699, obviously $7. That would introduce the top side targets. First of all, yeah, 709 to 714, of which we just got, and the concentrated area or the focus would be an adjusted 722. And honestly, it's very possible here. We could experience. Let's just say this, right? I'm gonna doubt this. Okay, so I don't know how this is gonna act when you're in power hour. I do not know if this is gonna sell off to make sure that they can push the options out of the money. And right now, what they're doing is just trapping bulls. Okay, I'm telling you right now that this could be a game. Okay, this could be a bull trap. There is the potential to where they're allowing the 7+. So if this can actually, I mean, yeah, I'd say by 11 a.m. this has the potential to reach that 722 top, and actually I'll give you the range, right? 722 to 736 is the whole range, right? Just up here like this. I'm not really fond of this play. So what I'm saying here is that if you're holding those options contracts and they're in the money, I would, not financial advice, I would, this is a gamble here, right? You're going to either 50% make great gains on this, right? Or 50% you're going to lose it all because they could, pressure the price action to the downside upon close. We've seen it happen. Right, we've seen it happen. So just be very careful. Be very careful over what's happening here. 695, immediate drop here. You don't care what they do, brother? Yep, just make sure to have that exit strategy. Make sure to have your play and stick to the plan, right? Bob, the games people play, but I agree, Arca, they are tempting us to hold the sevens. I feel like that could be the case, right? I'm not trying to be a bear here. I'm really just trying to be a realist and, just putting in some logic into this. We've seen them, liquidity trap the hell out of the bulls. So what's to say that this time is any different? People are saying that Univest is buying right now. Is that true? Can someone actually validate that or confirm that with me? Is that the actual case today? Yeah, and you know what? I'm definitely not alone. Cryptic Trader, Zephram, Sebastian, they've noticed the pattern too. This is just, it could be just FOMO. It could just be retail. I was talking to the guys in the Discord earlier. I feel that it could just be the sentiment here. Literally just retail pushing it up. Someone told you that Univest is buying now, and I'll go in full port. It feels like FOMO. It feels like FOMO. I mean, my play was to 696 with a top side of 701. Right, we're at that support right now. So the fact is that we've already reached the top side of 709. So I'm off by 8 cents. I don't know, and this is literally the support where I talked about. So I don't know if this is going to be able to hold, seeing that we just got inside of it. An hourly closure, maybe a short-term play. But what we really want to do is close a daily above $7. Closing a daily above $7 would then introduce the higher probabilities, 7.5 into 8. Right. So I'm also building an ascending triangle on the 1 minute. Bearish, right? What's your bottom side target? Check the back of the triangle, and what would that tell you upon the succession of that triangle? Because it's bearish, right? Pure unadulterated speculation is 100% right, Steve. That is not back tested. It is not systematic. It is 100% discretionary and speculative, right? At its very raw essence. Aiden, yes, there is a way to do that, but you can do it with group orders, where you enter your buy limit, you enter your take profit and your stop loss all in one, so you don't have to worry about it. We can, you and I can go over that. Bob is saying that Borders is full of himself. Not sure I trust him. Yeah, same situation with Cryptic and Zephram, right? They don't really. Oh, dude, Weeble has hotkeys too. But Aiden Dash Trader is a direct order routing it's fast execution platform. It's generally about $200 a month to maintain, and but you get competitive execution fees, because like when you're doing market buy and market sell, that's the way to go. But it's very expensive, and you definitely need to, I would suggest you're a full-time trader. Yes, Weeble on PC would be better, and you can definitely use like a Stream Deck and program, or your keyboard. You can program your hotkeys onto Weeble as well. But the execution timing on Weeble versus DAS is just night and day. There's no comparison. The execution fee for DAS, you are getting an edge over everyone around you, meaning that at the moment you press buy, it's the penny you'll get to buy. And I think the spread execution is very small, like several zeros and like 5 cents, right? It's a very tiny margin that you have an advantage over. So when somebody's triggering a market at like 7:05, you are triggering a market on Weeble potentially at 7:08, 7:09. So you'll get the crappier end of the bid and ask in comparison to a fast execution platform. It is, dude. It is, except that it just would be better for you to train on Weeble, because you don't want to have your first car, 17, 18 years old, be a Ferrari. Although we would love it, right? But it would be better for you to drive a jalopy, right? Drive something that you're not afraid to kind of bang up, because you will. And then after a few years of experience, maybe 5 into 10 years, then you can get a nicer car. Still maybe not the Ferrari, because you'll likely bang it less, right? But still some banging around. So then after maybe some 15 years of trading, of driving, right, 10, 15 years, then you can consider something high profile like that. And that is where DAS Trader sits. DAS Trader sits as the Ferrari of driving the trade, right? Just like that. It's a very old school looking program too, like Windows XP looking. And it's made like that for the fast execution. Zero CPU usage, right? Very, very, very minimal. Very energy conserving type of platform. Look at that, 28 minutes, 25 seconds closing. I mean, the close is going to happen in 28 minutes, and we're at 695. But it keeps on bouncing in and out of that $7 zone, and this is why I'm saying that I'm not sure if I can trust all the way the fact that. And even retail, I wouldn't even trust retail at this point. It's such a psychological feat to combat or succeed outside of a dollar close, right? Meaning that the closing of $1 or to the next dollar, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. Those are very saturated with sentiment and psychology. And I would tread really carefully here. What I can tell you is I don't like these long wicks to the upside. These are very dangerous. Facts, okay, I better learn how to get around with this 2002 Toyota Corolla. Dude, that's literally the car that I would say to my, I'm mentoring my brother and stuff, right? So, like that, I would tell him, dude, we need to drive this, this Toyota Corolla first before we can get ourselves into a really nice car. Kitty's Never Died saying rebought at $6.95 for a total 51 new finger shares. Nice. Sitting right, so man, you see that $6.98 to $7.02 bouncing back. There's a lot of sell pressure as this holds there, right? So $7.01, these are literally the resistances I talked about yesterday. So I'm not sure if it can get the continuation to the upside, but if we're gonna get a hint from it, just to remind everybody one more time, 26 minutes and 42 seconds to close upside of, let's see, $6.99. Let me make sure it's $6.90. Yeah, no, actually $6.98. Yeah, it's shifted a little bit lower, so $6.98 close. If we close this candle above $6.98, I mean, it's going to be bullish. If it closes beneath $6.98, it would be bearish. But remember that we are dealing with a psychological component here. This is highly impaired. And that, a lot of the times people sell the greed. They will not, only the greedy will buy it, right? So at this point, it's unsaid what could happen, but we can at least use conditions in this point, and they're not too far out, right? 25 minutes. It feels like forever, though. I will admit. You're definitely getting a Cybertruck. Let's see. I own a Tesla, but I still keep my 2000 Corolla from college in a garage. Dude, that thing will go on forever. It'll go on for 400,000 miles, and it'll still be running. Right? So this is literally for my daughter. I'm probably gonna get her into like a 2009, 2010 Lexus IS 250. Right? And because of the Toyota brand. And I know that freaking car will last hundreds of thousands of miles, and it's nice enough for her to, use with navigation. So I'll have OnStar and stuff like that with a car that age. It's kind of the brink there for safety and technology. She'll still have Bluetooth, right? But it'll give her a good little beater. She'll be able to, give it its little run for its money. 7:02, 24 minutes left. Now, Ian Tucker saying my daughter is in a 2005 Camry LE with 191,000 miles. Oh yeah, dude, that thing will run. That thing will continue running, right? And that's one thing that our parents taught us, right? To learn value. And I guess I could say that I'm driving a derivative of Nissan, right? So that's okay. Oh, nice. Actually, yeah, right. So this thing coming up to that 703, it's now starting to use the 702 as a support. Hopefully that can hold it. There are some Corolla clubs and members with 1 million miles. What? No way. So you have 250,000 miles on that Corolla when you stop driving it regularly? Wow. You drove it off the lot with 7 miles. You've been the original owner this whole time? Dude. That is, damn, 707. Check it out, team. Combating that 708 again. Your first car was a 91 240 SX. That's a Nissan 240. Sadly sold it and bought another one, and I'll never sell it. Yeah, dude, I love that. The 91 240 is cool. Yeah, that's a really cool car. And you're talking about the coupe, right? 2-door. Really cool car. And it has nice. So 330,000 miles. Damn, that is crazy. Here he goes, team. 705. It's looking pretty good. It's looking okay, but I again know the fact that I don't really trust this. You own 2 Toyota Tacomas. Toyotas are great. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's the hatchback. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I do love those cars, right? And the upgrade one was, I think, the 1996 300Z. I believe it was. That was when they introduced the flip lights, the electronic headlights. And I think it did. I think the flagship model of that had the seat belts that would, automatically attach. I'm not sure if that was the one. I think that was actually Honda Accord back in 93 or 92, if I remember correctly. 698, we're right at the support of the linear regression bands. 1973 Ford Pinto. Dude, that's, man, fixed up. That's a lot of money. 1984 Buick Regal. Summer Olympic edition. Nice. I'll never own another Buick as long as I live. Brown plush interior. You could buy it. You could buy it from me, and I'd pass. That's awesome. That's very cool. And it's an '84, man, and it's still kicking. That's awesome. Double X saying I got an oil change in 2018. I still haven't put 3,000 miles since. Double X, which car is that? So Ian Tucker saying we have 2 Corollas and a Camry. Wife's car is an '06 with 95,000 miles. Oh, dude, that's what? A 2006 with 95,000 miles? Dude, those what? You didn't drive it at all. That's low miles, man, for how old that is. Double X, an 88 Datsun 280. Dude, I love it. That's like I think it's a collector's item. Oh my goodness, 20 minutes, 59 seconds at 695. Guys, right, just be careful here, okay? Be careful. I'm not sure that we're gonna... Dude, Cryptic? What the heck is that? Oh my goodness, dude, that is so funny. That's that. Yeah, I know. Bro. Right, let's go and check on that. Oh yeah, condition here. Hourly time frame closure is for the upside here in the very short term. We need a closure above 64.82. It's currently sitting at 64 cents. 20 minutes left to close. If it does not close above that 64.86, then sure, a downside can be looked at here, and specifically down to around 59.98 before a continuation to the upside. It's not overall so bearish, but it actually, let me see this on a 15-minute time frame. This feels like a freaking Head and Shoulders here. This is tricky. This is very tricky, and I'll tell you why. That closure, the closure that we're looking for on the hourly time frame, it would be pretty critical. 64.86, right? Close a candle upside of 64.86. That means that the 15-minute time frame would be a liquidity trap for the bears, right? So you'll trap bears. Oh, Dark Xenon, yeah. So the 300Z was produced through 90 to 96. That's right. I thought it was just 96. Also, the headlights are actually the same headlights from the Lamborghini Diablo. Wow, that's cool. I did not know that. That's awesome. To buy a good condition, 300Z today, they're still kind of money. I mean, you don't even want to try. You don't even want to try to buy a 1996 Toyota Supra, dude. That you'll pay for a semi-clean one, you'll pay $40,000 clean, right? And for a good condition one, low miles, you're up there 60, 70 grand for one of those early edition Supras. Those things are awesome and super fast, like really fast. Actually, the new Supras are awesome too. I low-key want one. It's like a little it's like a go-kart, those new Supras. So W King, I have a 1985 300ZX with 6. Oh, nice. Wow, you're the original owner. That is awesome. That is cool. Finger 2 hours in. Yo, that That's what you drove in college? Dude, that thing is baller. What the hell, Cryptic? Deal. Dude. Let's see. So let me come back to this. Check that car out. The Enron metal flake paint, like a minor league Porsche. Bought it for $6,000 many years ago. Enron metal. Zephram saying, bro, the Supra. Everyone wanted one when I was in high school. That thing is so fast, dude. It's so freaking fast. It's yeah. There's no way you'll find one under like 40K or even maybe under 35. There's so much money. They're highly sought after. And you're all out of finger waiting for the pullback to re-enter. Nice, Ian. Dark Xanon saying, dude, I found a super clean 300Z with 115,000 miles. That's super low miles. For $3,500. No way. I would have been all over it. It looked like an older person owned it. But sadly, I'm broke. Dude, no way. I'm so sorry, dude. It sold a couple days ago. No way. No way that it would last. Of course, dude. No way that it would last. That's an easy flip. You could easily just sell it for 10 after that, man. Oh, Emron. Okay. Gotcha. Let me see. And it was an old sports car? Emron. Jeff Cotto saying the dream car is the Buick GNX. Really? Oh, I remember that. That also, that 83 Datsun kind of looked like the 240ZX or the 240s. Were they? I don't know my history there. Did Datsun turn into Nissan and then Nissan created their luxury Infinity line? Is that how it went? Is Datsun correlated to Nissan? The Grand National GNX. Oh, okay. Oh, so Emron was the make of the paint. Got it. If you keep modding a car, can it last for a long time? Modify upkeep, to tell you the truth. I don't think it would be the modifications, although it would help, of course, at some point things wear. But I think for you, it would be the maintenance, right? So being diligent about keeping the car up. So Ian Tucker saying, oh yeah, Origin saying yes on Nissan, Datsun, and Infinity. So Datsun, Nissan, and Infinity broke out as their top of the line cars, I believe. That's right. So I started noticing that the Datsuns had, especially the early 80s ones, had the same or the similar type of hatchback coupe looking car as the Nissan 240Z did, leading the few years later. How's it going? Hey. Hello, Arca. Hi, everyone. 704. Nice. Not bad. So, yeah, there's a lot of condition here, team. My son's awake, but I just want to see if we can kind of benefit off this the next 13 minutes here. Piston rings and cylinder heads. Sorry, let's see. Back in those days, the Mazda EX7 came out. Oh, you're talking about the RX-7. That's if I remember correctly, it was the Wankel engine. And I think that was the introduction to the single rotor. So the single rotary, right? And that was an interesting block because the rotor is like a triangle inside of a spherical or actually a circle, and that triangle had fat little bodies, like something like it was really interesting. I loved how it looked, right? It was it's like a technological feat, right? Something like, oh, I can't really draw that here, right? But yeah, let me just show you that thing is awesome. It's up there. It's let me see. Single rotor. Yeah, it's gonna be a little hard to see here, right? But I'll show you. That thing was awesome. It's they thought about it, man. They really did think about that. They created this thing. It's like a cylinder or something. Look. So this here, that's your rotary engine, the Wankel engine. Yeah, it's the RX-7. Yeah, so that's I mean, dude, leading back into the 70s, you had an RX-2, RX-3, right? So Mazda has you know, continued the production of that. It's what I didn't like, and right. So for example, the RX-8, right, that was pushing like 230 horses on a 1.4 liter engine. I mean, talk about real technology there, pushing horsepower with very, very tiny pieces. You know, that's it's incredible. You had two Acuras. You wish you kept them. Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice cars. The Dorito engine, says Dark Zenon. Yeah, I forgot you were a competitive driver. I was like, how does he know all this? No, I was not cars. I raced motocross and supercross. But not cars. But I love mechanics. I love cars. I love engines. I love the whole work. Right. So I love that whole deal. 10 minutes, 55 seconds left to close. 7:04, looking good. So the Mazda, the only reason I didn't really like that was because it's a really picky engine. It needs to be maintained. I mean, you cannot miss any type of oil change or anything. It needs to be maintained, right? But what I liked after that was that they introduced a triple rotor. So that triple rotor, I think, went up to a 2.8 liter or a 3.2 liter with 500 horses. Stupid power, right? So that was something to that was something to look at, man. Very, very cool technology coming out of the. I think Mazda was Japanese. Oh, you're right. The one thing I didn't like is the fact that they on the Mazdas, the RX series, they never created the Mazda Speed RX series, right? Like for example, you have the BMW 3 Series, right? You have the 3, leading back all the way in history, right? You have that 3. I think it was the 325. Right, you have the 3. I think it was even a 315i. I think the old rare ones, right? You then had your 330, and then the 330 IS, which is the faster model, right? And then you had the 335, and I think they even did a 340i or some crazy thing like that. And then then they introduced their M series, which would be the big block faster car, which would be the M3, right? So Mazda, their M3 equivalent would be Mazda Speed, right? So it would be the Mazda Speed 3, and they had the Mazda 3, right? So very distinct, just like the Ford. I think it was the Ford. The Focus, right? That they had the Focus RS, and then they have the Focus, the regular one. That RS is the difference of like 200 horses, man. It's just incredible. And Mazda didn't introduce that. They didn't introduce the Mazda Speed for the RX series, and that would have been a really clean look, right? But yeah. So let's see. People scammed their insurance with that RX-8 for cheaper insurance, dude. That I will say that block blew up a lot, and people know that's it's a high risk car to insure, and that being that it can't officially be considered a coupe because it's 4 doors, It has the it has the 2 suicide doors. They open kind of like they open the opposite way. 7 minutes, team. 53 seconds at 7:05 right now. Looking okay. You have so you have a 3 Series E46, right? So that's the M3. Right? The E46, I think that's the M3, and then the 2008 when they finished so I think BMW had the E46 from 2000 to 7, and then after the 2007 E46 M3, they introduced the E91 or E90 coupe M3, and that E90 went up to E93, I think, before they introduced the the F series of the M5s, which were just they're so awesome. Dude, I love that car, man. If I know my M's, yeah, dude, I like BMW a lot. I do. I really do. And I still haven't bought one. You know, but to tell you the truth, I drive a Infiniti Q50S, right? I've modified it. It's running like 350 horses. I have it dropped on 21s on rims, right? It's all blacked out. It's blacked out. And exhaust, ground effects, body kit, the whole thing, right? And black on black leather, everything is just black. It's murdered, right? So I think I want to just, make some more money here, and I'm gonna port the engine. I'm gonna bore I'm gonna bore the slots, man. I'm gonna get some larger pistons in it, because it's the same block that the Nissan GTR has. It's the same VQ 737 engine. I believe it was that one. So yeah, if I can just bore it, right? Get some new pistons in it, larger pistons, and then this thing, I would obviously change out the throttle body, right? So more response, I can get more airflow. And then the car would really be pushing around 600 horses. So, Dark Zenon, you're talking about the R32, R34 Skylines. Yeah, those are the right. The R32 being the 90s or 99, I think it was, 96, or I forget, the original Skyline. That thing is worth a lot of money, dude. But I'm talking about putting the Nissan, the GTR, the 2010 block or 2009 block into that. That would be super cool. And those are really fast, man. Super fast car. Here we go, man. Look at this. We're right at the brink. And honestly, this is a 698 support, okay? So 4 minutes and 32 seconds has to close above 698. Yeah, dude, and I think I really would like a GTR myself, but I think I would probably just do instead of buying the whole GTR, I would probably just mod the crap out of the Q50, because you got the Q50 also has the RS 500, and that's already like 450 horses, super fast. But that's what my car looks like. It looks like an RS 500, but it's not. It's the S with all the bells and whistles and stuff. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I totally get a Supra. It's just, if I did get a Supra, it would probably be maybe the 96. It's just to maintain it is something else too. And, but I wouldn't just keep it like that, dude. I would do it. I would do it up, and I wouldn't even use it the way you would think, right? Because I would drive it like really slow. But I would probably have, you modified a twin turbo, I'm not sure if they did the naturally aspirated larger bore on it. That would be cool. But I would likely make it really fast and not drive it fast. Oh man. Typical stop losses, dude. It's similar to the shares, except that it's a little wider because you have more volatility. But it depends on the play too. But I won't hesitate to put in a 10% stop loss on those because the swings are really they're higher and it's a higher risk play in general. Oh, you did get the Weeble app. Read over that, and because you can adjust the settings. Man, look at this. We are validating and invalidating per second here. This is insane. So this conversation reminds me of my former neighbor. He was a car designer. That's so cool. I love cars so much, and it's really just it's just a hobby. Me, you know, my brother, my dad. We have always been motorsport fanatics, and that's what we did, right? We raced motocross. My brother has a world championship. I have not a world championship. No. I have wins locally, right? He started racing before I did. I was sponsored, right, by a particular city's. It was Saga Suzuki. Came out in a few magazines. Yeah. we were very competitive with that, but and I honestly I would totally take today. I would totally be a race car driver. I would love to do that. It's like if somebody put in a management team or something to get a race car team together, like I would freaking kill it. Dude, oh my goodness. My uncle had a car dealership over in South Africa. That's so cool. Yeah, Bob, he definitely, yeah, man, he did some good stuff back in his younger days. I mean, we both did, right? So, yeah, it was my dad's garage, right? We don't live with him anymore, so I was gonna say our garage, but yeah, the garage my dad has, it just has all of our trophies, and there's, I don't know, more than 500 trophies, maybe more. Our number plates, our helmets, our chest protectors with the last names and the numbers, memorabilia like crazy. He still has that up there. And my mom has all of my music achievement trophies and stuff and all that, right? It's funny. The Arca Bulls racing team, bro, don't even tempt me, dude. I will find a talent. And then I'm gonna have to get Double X in here so we can start getting the Arca Bulls MMA. Let's go. There we go. Team closed at 7:01. Very good close. This is gonna introduce the potential of getting to around 722. Right. So this was a clean close. We're good. Check it out. There we go. Okay. So if there's any downside here, it'll be just to validate the 698. Right? And then we can actually continue onwards and upwards. Is it bad that I'm rooting for Finger to drop like to $5? No, because I would totally long the crap out of it there too. Dan saying Toyota is awesome. I worked 32 years for a Toyota dealer. Have my dream Toyota right now, the 2019 Toyota 4Runner TRD Pro. Oh, this is the TRD. It's got a supercharger in it. Yeah, that's right. The Pro supercharger. Yeah. That's awesome. I am a fan. I love cars in general, to be honest, though. But I even had a 1977 280Z with a straight 6-cylinder engine. Wait. You mean an inline 6-cylinder, right? That's cool. I haven't seen those. I haven't seen those in a while. Actually, what would have an inline right now? I don't know what would have an inline. Look at this, team. Okay, this would be the short-term pullback here to 697, 698. Grab that entry there, and this may actually run all the way up to the target we were talking about, maybe 721, 722. That'd be cool. Going full port and margin at $5. we have money waiting at the fives. Now that we know that we can reach these tops, let's get back to 5 and long it, right? Let's reverse time here. Ah, man, that's funny. I want to see Willie get pissed. Today, yeah, it could be the resistance of 721 to 736. That would be my top side. You have a very reliable indicator that still gives targets in the mid fives on the FNG. Nice. So I guess it's still relevant in some way, shape, or form. Joel, so yeah, that's the inline 6, right? Ian Tucker, Ford 300. Hold on. 1991, they introduced the newer Ford F-150. 93, I think it may have been, if I recall correctly, and that was the model where they extended the seat, the front seat extended all the way across, no middle boundary, and it was a 2-door short cab, and they had a few models of it too. I remember, if I remember correctly. Joel is saying that the BMWs have inline 6s. That's cool. Oh, you know what? That's right. HUBC, where are we at? Okay, HUBC had the closure beneath that zone. So this is introducing this bottom side support, 6136 to 6108, with a potential drop to 6025. And this would start prepping for a correction, right? So we have to be careful with this, because there's also a 15-minute bearish engulf. I'm sorry. Head and shoulders, which would introduce these lower targets here. So overall, I think this is distributing to reaccumulate and continue to newer highs. Keep an eye on this. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it too. We'll continue playing it. Let's see. GME kind of doing a thing. No way, is it really? GME is man. Why would that be doing that? Is it because of the broader markets? No, we still have red. Oh, I think I know why. Let's see. I think BMWs are the only thing in production that I know of the inline 6s. I remember looking at the E46, and it was a long engine, right? Because it inline 6. Yeah, that's right. Arnold Schatz in South Africa raced the Alfa Romeos. I love Alfa Romeo, man. Those little cars are the Ghibli, I believe it's called. It's such a cool car. It's so cool, especially the sports edition of that thing. It's a little sedan, 4-door, but very stylish, very fast. He raced the Alfa Romeo in the 70s. That's so damn cool. Weeble is so much better than the stupid green Dude, yes. So learn about group orders there. We're going to get that. W. King saying, I got one. You won the pick slip of a 1996 5-liter Mustang. Oh, that's a 5.0. Through the Stanley Park with my 300Z. So I got... Wait, that was right, the 1986 5.0. Those are the OG 5.0s, and I love the sound, because people would straight pipe them, and to really express that the Mustang signature sound. I love it. Someone else that did create a pretty good signature sound is Infinity. Their exhaust tuning, that's incredible. And I don't even know if you guys know this, right? But that Lexus LFA, the supercar, the $500,000 car, $400,000 car or whatever, that exhaust sound is designed by Yamaha Instruments, and that is such a freaking cool sound. And they have a whole thing about how they did that. I'm such a nerd, you guys, when it comes to like cars and stuff, and music and just trading, and I'm sorry, I think whatever I get into I just become a nerd of. So so F-150 is still the best selling truck in America, dude. I don't wait, is it? I have a feeling that may have been I have a feeling that may have been kind of swapped from the Toyota Tacomas or the Tundras. That those became super popular too. I'm not sure. I would have to verify that stat. You can't kill that engine. Ford 300 was dude. Yeah, the 300. There was also a Ford 350. Remember that the F350 thing was huge. It was like a freaking truck. It was like a 18 wheeler. It looked like a Kodiak, if you remember that truck. GME, let's see, we'll go to 10, then 12, but then it's up from there. Yeah, so if it can beat that resistance, I agree. See, there's a new Mazda that has a new inline 6. Oh, that's cool. I wish other manufacturers still produced inline 6 engines because they're really torque. Oh, so they're known for torque. That's cool. I didn't even realize that there's a diesel inline 6. What? There's a diesel inline 6? So you can straight up put like biofuels in it? We can put some vegetable oil in that thing and smell like crap and still go. Those things smell so bad, by the way. Those the biofuel Mercedes, I think it was the E-Class 280, I think it was. I forgot which one it was. Like late 90s. No, early 90s, late 80s Mercedes-Benz 2 at the E series, I think it was. They had the diesel engines, and I think they were 6-cylinder 2. I'm not sure. Welby saying the Tacoma, right? It may be. So Samantha's saying my brother does the same. Deep dive into everything. It's so cool, right? It's so cool to know it. Joel, the Mazda CX-90 inline 6 turbo, shut up. The SUV? That has an inline 6 and it's turbocharged. What? So our Garbini's talking about the F-150. I would have to say, man, I mean, even my dad owned F-150s. FNGR pushing 707 team. It's only a matter of time before we start combating that 710 potential top side. Like I said, right, 721, 722 to around 736. If we can get that 736 top or even the 721 at that, they're major danger, major danger, right? But specifically the 736, I would say 722 to 736, huge bull trap zone. Okay. Not saying that it's gonna happen, just saying that there's a high probability that bulls can get trapped there. Okay, be very careful. Only 2 finger 550s left. Man, this is another attempt. Tundra is more made in America than any other brand now. General Motors. There's the GM's. Let's see. No, I think, well, yeah. Well, no, the thing is, Big JR, the thing is that they also have the Galpin brand cars, not Ford, Galpin, like the Galpin Rocket, right? The Galpin Rocket is like it's a similar car to the newer Mustangs, like kind of like the Roush or the Saline. Then you would have the Galpin Rocket compare or compete with the Hellcat from the Challenger, and also with I forgot which one it was from Camaro, the SS, but like the really awesome one with the It's not the Z06. It's not the Corvette Z06 engine. It was the ZL31 engine. I think it was something like that. I forgot which one it was. But the Galpin Rocket is made to compete with those, and it's like a 780 horsepower freaking monster, and it's just all American made. It's just it for real is like here. like that's like. And naturally aspirated, by the way. So it's American made. It's like, that's American muscle. I don't think they're gonna make cars like that in the future. Like, so owning, I'm definitely gonna own a Galpin Rocket, and I'm gonna keep it forever. Price action at 702. I really do like what's happening here, team. We already got that top side of 703, and that's because of the 708 top or the 710 high that we just got about an hour ago, right? So that's I mean, it's fair to consider this, but the thing is that we did get that close upside of the mid band, and that could really launch things up. Oh, you're talking about the truck. I got you. Yes. In that case, I would have to agree with you. You can only get sell orders in the $20 with CIBC. What? I think people were saying that for the highest that they'll allow you, right? I think Fidelity was like 70 or some crazy number like that. Hidden Agenda, the Z20, that's the Camaro Z28. No, I forgot the is it the Z28? Is it really like Bumblebee, but like the real sick version of it, the one to compete against a Hellcat? I think it's like 600 or 700 horses. It's up there with the new the 2020 2020 to 2024 M5s from BMW. Huge horsepower, like lots of power. FNGR, Joel, I think that this could be getting an hourly closure here, right into power hour. If we can close this candle above 708, then there's a high probability here that we can touch 720, 722. So, Husker, Power 24, I love the sound and look of the new Jaguar F-Pace SVR 5.0, and that's a V8. Is that I haven't seen that one, and I remember loving the F-Type R from Jaguar, and I don't know if it's the same as the F-Pace, but I know that the F is usually their sports or their higher, they're more money like edition, right? So, but I was always a fan of the F-Type R, and that thing is sick. It's such a cool, I think it's a coupe. So I think closing a candle here, team, upside of the $7.08 zone. We'd have to wait again, right? It's conditional. So wait for the 45-minute close above 708, then this would continue to the upside. Oh man. And if it doesn't do that at first, there could be a drop to 698, right? And then it'll try to run it. But the fact is that we closed the hourly candle upside of the mid band. That means that we can use the 698 as a support before a continuation. Typically traded that way. It doesn't have to follow that rule, but it is typically traded like that. HUBC at a standstill right now. Okay, you guys, I gotta get to that little guy. He's over there, I don't know, harassing who. my daughter, he goes all off on her. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate everybody for coming by. Let's see, Arca, on your opinion, would the price go over $7? Well, we are over $7 right now, so 423 on the SPY. Oh, what was that? Hold on, I need to see this. Where do we have that? Right here. Damn. The SPY may actually come back down all the way over here. All the way to 422. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just notifications that I have for me. My problem with this is, look, we're already testing that thing that I just told you. Right? So we're coming back to test it as a support. If that can lead the support, that would be great. But I don't want to spread bad juju, okay? I'm just gonna right here while we don't have 180 people, right? This is good because then it could just be my little like feeling towards just a smaller group. I have a feeling that they're going to try to sell it off and push the sevens out, right? At like very, maybe in power hour, maybe at close. And I'm not sure if that's the case here, right? Or they're going to try to sell it off now, bring it down to lower targets, and that's going to create like a FOMO frenzy. It's going to start bringing in new buyers, and then you would maybe see this thing resist at like $7 and then sell off again. I wouldn't doubt this kind of foul play because they did this the last 2 times already, you know, and that's kind of the reason why I'm a little. This is the reason why I'm not so trusting of the $7 target right now. I wish the $7 target was something that we got when I said we were going to get it Wednesday, Tuesday. You know, the asset is just running late, but the targets are coming up just a little later than I thought. You know, so from here, I'm not sure that I can trust the $7 target. And if I can just be transparent here with you, and I'll give you my honest thoughts, it's discretionary. There's no backtest to this. There's no algorithm to what I'm telling you now. So take that into consideration too, right? Because I'm not running a system through it. It's just my gut feeling is that they're probably going to try to sell it off. And if that's the case, that would really put those options, you would go negative delta really fast because it would be an instant drop. And since options contracts are entirely dependent on volatility, that could push you into negative delta really fast. So we're getting a good sign here, right? 698 is supporting. So this could be loading, right? This could be loading new people for a continuation to that upside. But I'm going to say it again, right? This is very conditional. 41 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. Get this hourly candle here to close upside of 708. We could see 721 or 722, right? I'm not sure if passing the 722 would create a FOMO all the way up to 736, but there is a probability of it. But to tell you the truth, honestly, I would really like to maintain 725, or I would say 725, 724 for gamma to start really kind of showing true colors here. But unless it's, you know, deep into the sevens, then it's not likely. But yeah, just keep that in mind. I just wanted to share that with you before I left. My son's over there, I can hear him. He's going wild. He's a wild boy, right? Really appreciate everybody for coming by. Love you, team. Origin saying no manipulation signals for FNGR as of now. Thank you so much, Origin. That's very nice of you. Bob saying I actually think they are just going to hold it in place. That would be nice. You know what? It's very possible, right? It is. So not up, not down. Options are basically worthless, so they don't care. Well, this is pushing the sixes into deep in the money, and then it would push the sevens too. So the fives, the fours, and threes are all in the money right now and expiring today. So there's kind of a lot at stake. But you may be right. They may keep it here. The price action isn't showing so much volatility, but I guess we'll see. But just be weird, keep sharp, right? I hate leaving like this. It's just I feel like I'm doing you it's like a disservice. Like I'm So man, this volatility, brother. Look, 693 drop. Careful, okay? My sevens are in the money, but down quite a bit. Bought them 3 weeks ago. Right. Yeah, it's highly dependent on the target where you ended up buying it from. But yes, Origin, I'll definitely give the little guy a hug. Bob saying horrible. You're doing great. We like reality. And I'm really not trying to be a bear here because this is... we have a lot of people with a lot of money in this, right? And the last thing I want to know is that we can face some losses. That's the last thing I want. The real Ace Fan saying, appreciate it, Arca. I appreciate you. 70 Mustang. See you later, my brother. Joel, I'm going to catch you guys later. Yeah, 699 sitting. Samantha saying, go say hello to the little guy. Wish him a happy birthday. Thank you so much. His birthday's coming up on the 21st. That is literally tomorrow, Saturday. But Aiden, love you, buddy. W King. I'm going to catch you later, you guys. Ian Tucker. Don't be silly. You the man. Oh, bro, thank you. I appreciate everybody so much, man. You guys are awesome. Definitely got a good time today. Please take whatever I do show and iterate within these videos as just a form of entertainment, as I cannot suggest for you to buy, sell, or hold any assets whatsoever. I need you to do your own due diligence and everything will be cool. But with that said, I wish you well, a very, very good rest of your day and weekend, and I'll catch you at the bell on Monday. Adios!